Good morning, welcome to the stage here at the MODUS Super Series. It's Friday, which means it is decision day, and we're going to look back at yesterday's action in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason. Mace, first of all, let's go back to last night. An interesting Group B, and at the end of it, 3 players locked on 6 points, and 3 players that, even though they're locked on the same points, had quite contrasting nights, actually.
Yeah, the only one out of the 3 you would think sort of almost deserves to be on 6 points, even though that's mathematically impossible, was Mike Gillett. Statistically, the best player throughout the course of the night in terms of averages. However, it was the timing of the other players that was superior, and I think it's going to. I mean, mathematically, even Niall can qualify, but unlikely with the form he's shown so far. So, yeah, I think it's those 3 that will eventually be the 3 that go through, but we just don't know in what order.
It was interesting looking at Mike Warburton yesterday. You actually look at the stats, it was down on the likes of Mike Gillett, but it was all about timing, wasn't it, for him, Matt?
We saw that in Group A as well with Tricole, and we compare that to Davy Proosten, and the averages were very similar, but there was a massive chasm in the points. And like I say, timing is everything, and Mike Warburton did the right things at the right moment, and he got the 6 points, and he's looking in a very strong position now to get through to the finals.
Sounded like Michael van Gerwen then, man.
What did you make of Scott Baker last night?
Yeah, well, we've seen Scott throughout the course of Group A, didn't we? And you sort of more or less know what you're going to get. He can be a little inconsistent. When he's on, he's on. When he's off. And, you know, that's the nature of a lot of these players here at the Super Series. They've all got high ceilings and great A games. Where they tend to suffer with is a B game, which is why a lot of them here have not got tour cards, because you need that real strong B game. But, you know, this is the place. This is why they're here, to develop that B game and evolve their game to another level.
I was saying to Mace on the balcony last night, Matt, that Gavin Carling seems to be getting better as the week goes on. Do you think tonight could be the night where he makes a push?
He keeps getting better and keeps coming closer, and just throws in a clanger from nowhere, doesn't he? He's that erratic, like May said, that B game just seems to be lacking at the moment. It's A game or Z game. You need something in between, and consistency. We've said it all week, consistency, that's all you need. If you can be around that 90 average, you're going to win these weeks.
I'm impressed with Gavin, though, because he's come into this at the end of a torrid bit of form or lack of form. You know, did really well to get his tour card at Q School. Was on the tour from 2019 to 2021. And I think if he can qualify, that will be, you know, that will give him a really good boost mentally and going forward. So, again, it's why this platform works for various different reasons. But more importantly for Gavin, it's about being competitive and producing those big shots in big moments. And he's done that from time to time. So, listen, he's going to be dangerous tonight. And hopefully he qualifies and he could shake him up a little bit tomorrow night.
Looking at the table now, Matt, how difficult is it going to be for the players outside the top 3 to qualify through tonight?
Looks to be more than an uphill challenge. Almost impossible. We've got, what, 8 points left to play for. Mike Gillett on 2, Niall Cullerton on 0. It's a big ask. It's not just winning, it's winning and hoping other results going your way. And as a dart player, that's not somewhere you want to be. Because you're coming in here, you're not just looking at your own game, you're not just looking at your own practice, you're looking at the screens. You're looking at what else is going on, and those nights and those distractions have been there. They're not nice nights.
And it's those leg differences as well that are going to play their part. And the leg difference always seems to come in the mix in that Group B. Today's a little bit more easier to look at. You would think Josh Payne sort of up and running, winning 4 out of 5 yesterday. He's only got to win a couple of games today and he's safe. Second spot's up for grabs, though.
It most certainly is, and these two are going to be describing all the action. I'm going to be with Matt Edgar up on the balcony in about 5 minutes' time, so I hope you can join us then. Good morning and welcome to Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series. Today we are going to see 5 players progress their way through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before we discuss today's action, let's look back at the best of yesterday's highlights. So then those are the highlights from yesterday's session here at the Super Series. Happy to say Matthew Edgar is with me on the balcony to make sense of everything we've seen so far this week. Before we look ahead, let's go back. We'll begin with earlier on this week in Group A, which feels like such a long time ago when we were involved in these Super Series events. But it was Lukas Venig who won his way through to the final, and in some convincing style as well.
When we think about looking back, we look back to the very first day when we stood up on here and we said this week's all about Josh Payne. Lukas Venig changed that MO. Lukas Venig played extremely well. You see there, 22 in the plus legs column, only losing 3 out of his 15 games. That's a very impressive turnaround.
Would dominant perhaps be the word best to describe him?
I think someone said on Twitter, lethal. I think that's probably the best word. Lethal Lukas.
Well, we're going to have a look at some of his best bits from that Group A now, and he really, really was impressive. This was the 150 in the opening leg to break the throw against Gavin Carling.
It just looked so likely, didn't he? On the finishes, on the scoring phase. You know, he set some new records here, and running average of around about 92 for the entire week so far. He's going to take some stopping. It's not just that, he's got that good ceiling as well. He can produce over the 100 average. We've seen him do a 9-darter on the Challenge Tour just recently. He's got a lot of talent. He's sort of the next breakthrough talent from Germany, I feel.
Most definitely, and he will be back here tomorrow night in front of a crowd. More information on how you can be here later on in the programme. But last night was all about Group B, and in the end, it was all about Scott Baker.
Played well. I think a lot of them last night played really well. There was a lot of good performances last night. A lot of good stuff on the finishing as well. We saw a few big checkouts, but like you say, Scott Baker, it's plus 10 in the leg column. I think Mike Gillett's the one who can feel a little bit harsh-treated. He played really good last night. Stats suggest, especially going into that last game, that he was the best player on the night, and he sat there with just 2 points. And in real trouble here, Mike Warburton, Gavin Carling and Scott Baker all on 6. That 4-leg buffer between him and Mike Warburton, and also 4 in the points, that's a lot to try and claw back.
Does Mike Gillett have to win the lot tonight for you to go through?
Yes. Yes, and even with that, he might need other things to happen for him. He might need some big results as well, certainly early. Early on, he's going to need to get a 4-1, a 4-2 at worst early on, just to give himself hope that he's in contention.
Well, Scott just didn't win yesterday. He won big, as you can see here now, defeating Niall Cullerton 4-0 in the final game of the evening. Is there a case for the players on 6 points that maybe one win and they're in?
Yeah, definitely. I think 8 points is enough here. It's a group where they're all going to keep beating each other. There's no runaway winner. We said that at the very start. We couldn't even predict which 3 was going to go through, never mind which one was going to win the group. So I think 8 points is probably enough, and especially if Mike Gillett takes an early defeat, I think that group's almost set.
Well, let's have a look then at what we're going to see this morning in Group C. This is how things lie overnight in the table. Josh Payne is at the summit of that particular table, as you can see now. But you have a cluster of players like Tricole, Proosten, Roetzsch and Haggerty on 6 and 4 points respectively that will all be gunning for that second place.
I think second place is exactly really where it's going to be going as well. I think we said from the very start of this week was about Josh Payne, and he's sat top of the table, and I think what I'd be alarmed about if I was the rest of the players here is we haven't seen the best of Josh Payne either. Josh Payne has got a lot more in the tank than what he's shown so far, and yet he's still top of the table and only lost 1 game, and that was to Tricole. He had a 98 average in that game when he lost that one, but there's certainly plenty to play for. I don't think anyone else of this is really out of it. Even Davy Proosten, when you think about what he can do, we was expecting Davy Proosten to come here and potentially take that second spot, and he's propping up the table. The bookies have wrote him off. Dangerous strategy. Davy Proosten has ability.
Indeed. Well, our first game of the day is going to see the man in second place in Group C overnight, Thibault Tricole, in action. He takes on Steve Haggerty. These two met in the last fixture of yesterday morning's session, and it was Tricole who took the honours against Haggerty. And for Tricole, it was a kind of day or two halves. We saw some great score, but perhaps maybe the finishing he needed to improve upon.
It's sort of been his theme all week, hasn't it? A little bit of inconsistency throughout. He normally starts the day slow and gets stronger. Yesterday he started the day strong and got a little bit weaker. But he's right in the mix, and a win here will really kickstart his day.
Shall we watch some darts?
It's about time, really, isn't it?
We have 25 live matches for you. It is decision day on Friday here at the MODUS Super Series, and this man is going to commentate on every single one of them in the company of Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, gents. Very much looking forward to decision day. Will Tricole apply some early pressure?
Okay, first leg, it's Steve to throw first.
Josh Payne.
Game on.
Currently a couple of points behind, so 1 win. This match was won on throw by Thibault Tricole. Our final match averaged 89-81, winning 4-1. Haggerty has the darts today. All the matches reversed from yesterday. So the players both get a opportunity to throw first in their respective matches, and this is a bright start from Haggerty. 134, 140, and we know
85.
Historically Tricole can be a little slow out of the blocks, although
99.
as predicted on Monday he will improve, almost like he's suffering from jet lag after a
125.
A quick trip.
128.
From France to the UK. But he has improved day by day.
42.
And again, that's one little error, Matt, that Haggerty's got to try and remove from his game. That trebleless visit, the 40-odd, that has ultimately opened the door for Tricole to get back in the leg.
Sort of his theme of yesterday.
54. Thibault require 56.
Was a strong start.
I was just mentioning that, and again, a missed big number, double 16. Will he get away with it?
Game show on the first leg.
Accident, really.
Thibault Tricole.
We know Tricole prefers the bottom left side of the board, the 16s and the 8s, rather than the top, so it actually worked out quite well for him.
Thibault to throw first.
And the dart, the double 16 rather than 2 at the top, so I think he'd probably be a bit more comfortable with that situation.
Well, we brought it up after looking at previous data. Tricole, that he always starts slow on a Monday and steadily gets better and better and better, and that was a perfect example yesterday, wasn't it? He did play some fabulous stuff, including the highlight for him yesterday was that performance against Josh Payne, defeating table-topping Josh.
180.
With 101.79. So it's like he suffers from jet lag.
85.
Only across the channel, isn't he?
Every time I go to Europe, I always try and claim a bit of jet lag, see if it gets me a bit of...
That hour difference. Oof.
60.
One thing for sure, this group's really woken up, not just in the table, but in character as well. I was making my way back through the practice room to come here, and I might have to find another route. Very boisterous in there today.
Is there a bit of testosterone flying around?
Well, I couldn't get very far without Josh Payne piping up, and then Davy Proosten for his 9 yesterday.
That was genius.
140.
Oh, this is a brilliant start from both. Haggerty's averaging nearly 98. This man nearly 107. Indication of the quality starts made by both.
32.
Just next door. Well, he picked his pocket in leg 1. Can Haggerty repay the favour?
Well, I said in that opening leg that he's not as comfortable on that tops and 10s as he is on the 16s and the 8s, and turned out to be quite a happy miss for him in that one. He won't want to miss this.
8.
It's for 2-0.
Game shot on the second leg.
That confirms the break
Thibault
throw.
Tricole.
He's halfway to getting not only a victory, but he can get a couple of legs here as well.
So look at Steve to throw
position. He's already sat in second as things stand.
Yes, he's on 6 points and plus 4.
180.
This is a different version of Steve Haggerty than we saw yesterday, that's for sure. Maybe he's settled. Maybe we'll get the same from Davy Prins.
81.
Maybe there's more mileage in this Group C than we anticipated.
I think it's a dangerous strategy that the bookies have done to completely write Davy Prins off as almost a no-hoper in this now.
Well, he's odds against in every match and by some margin, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's 13 to 8 in his opening against Davy Proosten, who we've seen struggling all week.
Yeah, he's as likely as to throw a
43.
70-odd as he is a 90-odd, isn't he?
I mean, I'm just looking through them now, in game 14, he's got the throw against Josh Payne. Yes, Josh Payne is the likely winner, but 1-7.
85.
Well, he could have already had it wrapped up by then, and we've seen sometimes the players just take their foot off the gas and their eye off the prize because their work is done, and for them it's all about getting out and getting back, eating and resting and prepping for tomorrow night.
We're talking about how good Josh Payne is, but he's not indestructible.
140.
I saw that yesterday. I'm just casting through the averages. He had a 77 average yesterday against Davy Proosten. Yes, Davy Prins hasn't shown it yet in this format, but he could 4-0 a 77 average.
For sure. Double 5 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
This
Thibault
is
Tricole.
some start to the day from Thibault, and he's got the double breaker throw and a hold.
Fourth leg is Thibault to throw first.
He will go top on 8 points and plus 8.
60.
Remember, it's only the top 2 from this group. And on this form, I can't see too many people
100.
giving Haggerty the bagel.
Unlike Group A, it's only a 2-day group, so any big score lines, you do not have much time to recover that situation. And in this group, legs do come into play. We've seen people go through with 12 points, we've seen people go out with 14. In a group like this, where everyone's beating each other, I can't really predict where that ceiling's going to be at the moment. You sort of feel 14 would be one spot.
60.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
At second place, especially if Josh runs away with this today like we expect him to.
45.
That second place could be a 12er.
Yeah.
60.
Well, I was thinking to myself, I was sort of pondering over the table, and I thought, well, if Haggerty wins this, it could be a 10.
If we're saying a 12er, 10 points up for grabs today. That means Dave
95.
Prins is not completely out of it. Maybe that marker pen should just be a pencil line through the name.
34.
So you can get the end of it to rub it out.
120.
The Eraser. Be a good name for a dart player, that.
42.
Singer,
Stevie
wasn't
Rock,
it?
147.
Erasure.
Close enough.
87.
Do
Thibault
love the
Tricole,
Friday here at the
78.
Super Series. Just confirming.
Game shot
Well,
on the
that
match.
was a great
Thibault
performance
Tricole.
at 9:30 in the morning by Thibault Tricole. Ends with a nearly a 90 average, 1/180. Super finishing, 4 from 8, 50%. Yesterday he was running along nicely at 36.36% for the day, and he's backed that up and some today. A 4-0 win, moves on to 8 points and +8. He tops the table. When we come back, it's Josh Payne against Franz Roetzsch.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Thibault Tricole has got the day off to a perfect start from his perspective. A 4-0 victory over Steve Haggerty in our first match of the day. These are the statistics on that one. An average just underneath 94 from 8 on the doubles, and that high checkout of 95. And it does have ramifications at the top end of our league table, which we're going to have a quick look at now for you, because on legs difference, Thibault Tricole goes top of the pile on 8 points alongside Josh Payne, who we're going to see in action now up against Franz Roetzsch from Germany. Payne, the favourite to win the week, according to the bookmakers. He's in a really good position to qualify through Group C. Can he get Friday off to the similar start that he got yesterday off to? We're about to find out. In the company of your commentary team, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, I had a brief chat pretty early this morning with this man. He seems nice and relaxed, fairly confident. I'm not sure I particularly like the odds on this one. 3 to 10 about Josh Payne. 12 to 5, Franz. Their meeting yesterday was, well, it was far from convincing enough for me to have priced him up at 3 to 10. Josh Payne did win 4-2 with an 85. Franz only averaged 81, and we know he's got more in the locker, and he missed 16 darts at a double in that match.
I think that's coming down to the decline we've seen from Franz. He hit the ground running on the Monday, and then as the week's gone on, has progressively got worse.
It's Josh to throw first.
We did
Game
put it out
on.
there. Did he overperform on Monday? We sort of looked at all his stats coming in, and we maybe guesstimated that maybe he's made some
59.
improvement since last time out, but alas, we were unbelievably right. How did we manage that?
It's something I've found
85.
really strange, actually, when we just saw the graphics come on the screen there. When we think about the experience and everything we know about Josh Payne, only a year between them,
81.
28 and 27 years old.
Oh, and there's a chasm of experience, isn't there?
I think there's many stages in the world Josh Payne hasn't played on. We've seen him in the match play, the Grand Prix, the Slam,
140.
many times at the World Championship, the UK Open, the Players' Championship Finals. Plus, he's got 2 Pro Tour titles to his name.
Yep, not many people can say that.
95.
Fabulous Friday here at the Super Series. Also my
85.
favourite day of the week because we get to see that incredible blog, that hilarious blog that always keeps me entertained. I love all the
58.
grammatical errors as well in there on purpose, makes it even funnier. Always a highlight of my Friday. Will these two produce a few highlights for us today?
Sort of how darts is changing, isn't it? And going more into the media and the different outlets and YouTubes and podcasts. And
yeah, it is. It's the
68.
interest in it, and well, you know yourself. You're massively into your social media. Just watch this go in.
28.
And it's that
Josh
instant
Roetzsch,
feedback, isn't it?
108.
And that interaction with the fans, which is wonderful. Well, he did this yesterday. And the treble at 17.
70.
Oh, doesn't replicate
Josh
the
Roetzsch, 40.
108 from yesterday. And that was in this very match. It was a game changer because it was 2-2 at the time. And I think Franz had missed a couple more darts at a double. And in stepped Josh and took the 108 out.
Second leg is France to throw
yesterday.
first.
It looked too
Game on.
too rhythmic, too pre-planned for that to be like a rash decision. And that's sort of like his cover shot when he feels the 19s is blocked, and further evidence there to suggest that is Josh's route for the 108.
Yeah, well, it's an automatic reaction. It's not like some players you'll see them that they'll maybe contemplate moving on Aki and trying to get a different line of fire at the treble 19.
41.
His instant response was boom, treble 17, double 19.
Dart players tend to like to throw in the same sections of the board. We might see this next week in the World Grand Prix where the player that starts on double 16 might go to the 19 rather than back up to the 20s.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Make a smaller adjustment. I think it's one of those that if you've hit a few particular doubles on clutch finishes, you think, I think I might start on that. I always started on tops because I was always trying to chase that 9 and create a bit of history, which is what Brendan Dolan did, of course. Now has the moniker of the history maker, and incredibly, that amazing game with James Wade and Robert Thornton, where they both hit one in a match. And then, of course, that was trumped by Taylor. Hit 2 in one game against Wade in the Premier League.
Van Gogh nearly trumps them all by doing back-to-back. Do you think we'll ever see the back-to-back 9?
Yeah. At some point. We've got kids hitting them now.
60, Franz Roetzsch,
I was there when
125.
Leighton Bennett hit one. I think he was 13 or 14 in the Darts Planet TV tournament up in Norwich.
101.
That was very nearly a wonderful finish and a 2-0 lead. He will be back.
Payne
129, Franz
further
Roetzsch,
evidence to
24.
what you were saying about that really short, skinny price, and
I didn't like it at all.
I don't think I really like any price at this time of the morning because
12.
We're not built for
Franz
darts.
Roetzsch, 135.
What is it now? 5 to 10 in the morning. So this would have been a great escape, but 56 remaining.
just the interest here as he's about to hit this
95.
double six.
Franz
He had
Roetzsch,
3
12.
darts yesterday that ended up at double three, and all 3 went in. 100% hit on double 3 for all the players. It was Josh, Payne, Prins, and Proosten. Let's see if we can make it 4 from 4.
6.
That has been
Josh
his
Require,
Achilles
40.
heel, hasn't it? His doubling percentage.
Game shot on the second leg. Josh Payne.
Yesterday was the lowest of all 6 players.
Still against Josh to throw first.
21.74%.
Game on.
Interesting here, Josh is blowing on his hands a little bit. He's been over to the towel. That indicates maybe he's just got a little bit of coldness in the hands, which...
It was a fresh morning.
That room's not the warmest.
140.
And you just sort of... And you see there again, the hand in the pocket. When the hand's cold, you're just not getting as much blood to the fingertips, so it's not going to be as reactive as quick. The brain's going to stay open and the hand's going to open a little bit slower.
Correct. I remember we used to play the Gold Cup at Trentham Gardens in Stoke-on-Trent. From memory, it used to be a 9:30 AM start, and this was an old glass building dating back a couple of 100 years. It was the coldest venue I've ever played in.
140.
The winter is coming.
And it was in a winter time as well.
Winter is coming, so if you are a player listening to this, consider getting yourself a hand warmer in your case.
Yep.
Glenn Durrant, one of the players that
60.
always has a hand warmer in his case for this exact reason that we're seeing with Josh, that just doesn't allow the brain and the hand to be as quick.
140.
Yourself some gloves. Just keep the hands warm. Of course, this warms up very quickly. We seen the players
45.
last night, the opposite. They were sweating
Require
up.
81.
Well, once the lights come on, they kick out the heat, don't they?
Yep.
And that soon warms the place in.
49.
He's not settled here, Josh.
No, not at all. Should be 2-0 down. And a little word with himself, a little chunter.
I think the sort of
91.
high and
Franz
low
Roetzsch,
darts
32.
are a good indication as well to the cold hands.
Like I say, not quite got the feeling. And the hand's not reacting quick
Game
enough.
shot on the third
There's
leg.
nothing wrong with that.
Franz
His good legs are
Roetzsch.
good, a 16 and a 15, and that's the 3rd consecutive breaker throw. Leads 2-1, should be 3-0 up and cruising really, and
Fourth leg is France to
should
throw
have that
first.
bit of breathing space
Game
just
on.
to almost fall over the line.
Darren Brown has a good technique if you're ever stuck in a situation where Josh is at the moment with the cold hands, and basically tells you to wrap your arms
140.
almost round yourself like you're cuddling yourself and flap your arms out as wide as you can and make that sort of wing motion like a
Sends
bird.
blood to the,
Sends the blood to the fingers,
119.
warms up the hands. So
of
if
course,
you're ever
the
in that
core of the
situation-
body is always warm, so that would flush the warm blood to the fingertips, I presume.
Well, that's what the body's going to do, isn't it? If you're cold, it's going to take it away from the
55.
furthest points, which will be fingers and toes. So you need to activate those.
Never thought about that before.
96.
Like I said, the worst thing a dart player can do is think, and I've had a lot of time thinking. That's the thing,
139.
it's trying to find a way to maximise what ability you've got to get the most you can out of it.
And again, it goes down to that micromanaging that you you mentioned all week.
140. Front record 167.
Yeah, all the small bits right, it will give you a big picture.
60. Josh record 146.
I want to use the expression, this is warming up now. Josh up to a mid-80s, and again, just not happy. He's not settled with this throw.
56. Front record 107.
Again, the hand goes in the pocket.
87.
I'll be trying to
Josh record
warm the
190.
hand up. Interesting to have a word with Josh. I was hoping that we could have got a chat with him this morning.
85. Front record 20.
Just to reflect on his play yesterday. Here we go. Almost following a pattern.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
not this
full
time.
flag. Franz
Pinches the
Roetzsch.
double with the final dart for our first hold of throw, and a 3-1 lead for the German.
Against Josh to throw first. Game on.
I tend to find being a dart player, you've got to think of things like having a toolbox. If you're a tradesman and you go into a job, you go in there with a spanner. There's only so much you can do.
59.
You've got a spanner and a screwdriver and a hammer and all these different things. You don't know if you're going to need a hammer, but it's nice to have it. And
Well, the hammer pretty much takes care of most tools, doesn't it?
26.
You can use that to undo anything.
And when you've got these things in your toolbox and this knowledge or this little bit, and that's the thing you should always strive to be learning.
140.
And try and pick up as many things on your tool belt as you can have.
Yeah. And it's like being in this situation, and, you know, I would be sort of thinking, right,
60.
don't panic. If the opportunity arises, just chip away and try and force as many errors out of your opponent as possible.
39.
That, of course, only comes with pressure play. In terms of averages, we're there or thereabouts at the moment with Franz in this one.
38.
In the 80s. It's where he lives. It
47.
always comes to that thing that we said is when you get that big sample, and we were crunching their numbers coming into this, whether it be from Challenge Tour or their opportunities on the Pro Tour or
135.
other events where stats are capped. We said he's averaging around the mid-80s coming into this, and when it's all said and done,
95.
I bet he is around that mid-80s mark.
Sort of feel there's not
100.
really
Josh
an
record
element of this that
121.
Josh is going to feel too positive about so far.
Nope.
Till now, this bullseye goes.
74.
The line was good, and
Josh
again,
record
it was the timing of
142.
release, Matt. Drag the dart low. Ooh, that's the 2. It's got to come off some point.
27. Josh record 47.
I expect to go on the 15s here to leave himself 2 16s.
Franz, of course, has the insurance
50.
policy of having throw in the
Josh record 150.
next leg to win it, but he'd like to get it done here and now.
Imagine if he does get it done. That will eat into the leg difference of Josh Payne and blow this group wide open.
43.
Oh, absolutely.
Josh record 32.
Those sat around in a position
That is
of
awkward.
6 points, and
16.
Dave Prins' ears would be
Josh
pricked
record
if
72.
Franz can win this one 4-1. Oh, that's a really bad dart. 65 left, got to be 15 and ball. Double 10. That's a bonus.
$62. Josh requires 16.
Well, a match dart has come and gone for Franz. And now it's a chance for Josh. Still not happy.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Not happy with
Josh
the
Payne.
length of the leg and the predicament he finds himself in. Trails 3-2.
6th leg, it's France to throw first.
It was a 25 dart hold. Don't see too many of those from JP.
26.
Josh Payne has the ability now just to reel this off in.
25 darts.
And you sort of think that 26 would have been music to his ears. He knows all he needs is a break and he's strong favourite to get this game.
Yep.
I feel he goes aggressive here. Yeah, the worst for Franz.
60.
Just not convincing at all, is it? Frightened to win almost. Missed 15 darts at a double against Josh here. As I mentioned a little earlier.
98.
16 in his match against Josh Payne yesterday.
He's getting these opportunities not through his own doing, through the lack of performance from Josh, and that's not going to continue forever. Josh already improved in this one. 125, 98, 95. He's broke the scoring phase. 150 or so points ahead. And he's only going to be extending
60.
that here. Franz is in trouble.
Just about the approach play. Making that choice to not take a 5-wood and maybe take a 5-iron.
If this goes all the way, Josh will have to throw.
60.
And that's normally when you see a player like Josh go 15 or less.
Yeah, agreed. Amazed he started on the 19s with Franz back on 2-1-4. Got to be an 18, surely.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Oh, there you go.
Josh Payne.
Sometimes a player will do that just to try and generate a bit of confidence and get a bit of fire in the belly.
7th and final leg is Josh to throw first.
126 checkout. A 15
Game
dart
on.
break of throw. Now he's a massive favourite to win the match.
85.
I'd have feared the worst for Franz. You feel he's going to have to go out in 15 because if he doesn't, he's going to give Josh 18 darts. And you feel in the last leg shootout, 18 darts will be more than enough for Josh to get over the line. And Franz has started well with that campaign. And 137 puts him on track.
43.
He's stolen the darts. Advantage Franz. And he's in there again.
70.
Will just about do at this stage. Oh, here comes Josh.
He said it just about do at that stage, and then a couple of seconds later, the stage has just completely changed.
Yep.
Josh Payne finds his first max of the game.
What do we say about timing?
100.
Well, we said in these sort of last leg shootouts, this is where you expect a player with the pedigree and the experience that Josh has got to be 15 or less.
140.
And he's well on course for that now.
Yeah, 53 after 12. Going to get an opportunity for a 50, a 14 and a 15. And the 2 points.
95. Josh requiring 53. Game shot and the match.
And there it is, 14
Josh
darts. We said
Payne.
15 or less in the last leg. That's what happens when you give players a chance. Josh Payne, last couple of legs there, a 15 darter and a 14 darter. That amazing 1-2-6 finish on the ball just gave him a little bit of spark going into that last leg where he got his first 180 of the match. The most important thing about that match is Josh Payne now goes clear again at the top of the table. He takes the 2 points and another leg in his legs column.
Welcome back to the Super Series from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Josh Payne has completed a comeback victory against Franz Roetzsch to put him onto 10 points in Group C. Let's have a look at how that game panned out in the end. Josh Payne winning with an average of 83.9 and getting the game's solitary maximum, a high checkout of 126 and 33% on the doubles. Franz Roetzsch missing 14 darts, a double in that match, that being his downfall, despite having a 3-1 lead in the early exchanges. Let's have a look then at what that particular result does to the league table, because it means that Josh Payne is now the outright leader once again on 10 points. From Thibault Tricole in second on 8. He could be joined on that figure by Davy Proosten if he can get victory in our next match of the day. He takes on Prins, the Badger, on debut here at the Super Series. He'll be looking to make a charge on Friday in this format. And so, our third game of the day. From the conclusion of this match, we would have seen every single player in this group play at least once on Friday. So we'll get some kind of form guide from each and every single one of them. Let's hand back to your commentary team then. It's Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, this is our final game of the first cycle of matches. And no real change in the table so far, Matt.
No, but I think Davy Proosten, like I say, the bookies have wrote him off completely today. I think he's someone that could really change his table up. I'm not saying he's going to go and qualify, but I don't expect him to have a day like he had yesterday, finishing just on 2 points, 1 win out of the 5.
Well, he could be a bit like Davey on Wednesday, where he was playing the role of spoiler. But he's experienced enough to know you can have a day in darts that just doesn't work out, as this man knows from his opening couple of days in Group A.
Well, Davy Proosten to win this game is 4-9.
60.
I do not like that.
No. Well, we didn't like the 3-10 about Josh against Franz, and a 12-5 shot shouldn't be getting a dart for the match, but that's why we didn't like it, and he did get a dart for the match, of course, missed double 10. And we predicted in somewhere around 25 darts how quickly Josh can turn it around. In the end, it was actually 29 darts, so we weren't a million miles off. Ultimately, it was 9 visits, or 10 visits.
96.
You go to the Dan Dawson school of thinking here and think that the Badger wearing a more Badger-like top should produce better darts. He had that red shirt on yesterday, didn't he? Where he's got his colours on today. Will he show us his true colours on the board?
140.
Interesting as well, isn't it? All right-handed players tend to take their darts out the board with their left. Dave Prins here is reaching over to take his darts out with his right hand.
It's mirroring what a right-hand player would do. Davey won this tie against Dave Prins yesterday. 4-1 with an 82 average.
133.
Already, this is
Davey Rock 135.
more Dave Prins that we would expect to see.
Yeah, I say vastly experienced, and would have been disappointed yesterday, but I say it's on debut. We tend to give them the benefit of the doubt for a day or two. Unfortunately for Dave, doesn't have too long to put it right. That's a miscount.
74.
Unusual for a Dutch player. Counting usually right on point. That's a great dart.
Game show on the
said
first
we give him the benefit of the doubt. The
Dave
bookies
Prins.
did not give Dave the Prins the benefit of the doubt. 13-8 for this game. I didn't like that. And there's some incredible value over him today. 5-2 against Thibault Tricole. 9-2 against Josh Payne. 5-4 against Haggerty. 7-4 against Franz. I've got a feeling
60.
already the bookies might be reconsidering.
So you're going to break into song then?
44.
Of course, Dave Prins has the throw against Josh. It's our penultimate game of the session. He only just pinched it off of Dave Prins yesterday, 4-3, didn't he?
$140.
Seen Davey all week. He started in Group A. Started his week off pretty poorly in the wins column. Didn't get one on the opening day.
Well, it was similar to how Dave Prins got on yesterday, and of course, both on debut here.
60.
We saw the 9 from Dave Prins yesterday. He thanked me for that one on the way back.
140.
Does Dave Prins do Twitter?
He must have got told, I think. I don't think he's got a mobile phone.
58.
He is old school.
From the Alan Tabern school of thinking.
I think Tabs has still got a Nokia, hasn't he?
99.
Yeah, he showed me his phone the other week. He's like, look at this, got games on it now, and showed me Snake.
You two must be fun to go out with.
139.
Night out with.
Davey requires 78.
Have a best of 3 to see who goes to the bar.
58.
I
Davey
actually
requires
spoke to him
124.
about that recently because Michael Smith said that he was the tightest man he's ever met. And Alan was almost taking offence to being called tight. I'm used to it now. I get called it almost every day from the missus.
58. Davey required 20.
Go for the break back.
No score.
And that's not unusual.
Davey
for what
requires
we've seen from Davey,
66.
which is why you could never recommend a 4 to 9.
If you win some kind of thing today to do some music gags or something, I've got a feeling, and now it's not unusual.
48. Davey required 20. Game shot on the second leg. Davy Proosten.
I doubt he's watching because he'll probably be in work. But Jason Clark has this thing where when the dance is
Davy
on
Proosten to throw
Sky or
first.
predominantly
Game on.
ITV, they have this thing where he has a bet with them that he says, I bet he says this word that in this commentary in the next session. I bet he says this word. And they all have like 20 quids in, and he's already sent me a text message just with the word of the day.
60.
How much of that 20 quid do you get?
Don't see a penny.
$140.
And he just can't get enough of that. Travels away. No, I'm joking.
60. $58.
There is no music puns today. Just couldn't resist the opportunity. You bowled it, I had to bat it.
Yeah. I just teed it up and you just hit it out of the park.
140.
Leave with grown-ups.
$100.
Been a leg on throw from Davey down to a 3-darter after 4 decent visits in the scoring phase of the leg. With another treble.
140. Davey rock 120.
before the first holder throw of the game. Well, that is awkward.
Well, Dave Prins'
56.
high of the
They
day yesterday
require
was
101.
86.47. That was in defeat to Josh Payne. His opening match, Josh Payne averaging 96.69 in that one. At the moment, Dave is averaging 88.34.
41. Davey requires 64.
That game with Josh Payne's when Josh was very good on his throw. 16-15, 12-15.
Yeah, around about 104-ish, wasn't it, on throw yesterday for Josh Payne in that match?
Davey
The
requires
ironic thing with
60.
that, Josh Payne's so strong on his throw. These two can't seem to hold the throw. This is 2 darts for Dave Prins to get a third breaker throw in just 3 legs. Bit of loopy first.
Game shot the third leg.
It's a
Dave
third breaker
Prins.
throw. Dave Prins re-establishes the lead.
Very much like
Fourth leg, it's
Franz
Dave
in the last
Prins
game,
to throw
not looking a
first.
12-5
Game
shot.
on.
Dave Prins not looking like a 6-4 shot in a 2-horse race.
Yeah, I tried to get in nice and early, saying I didn't like the 4 to 9. Obviously, some people just follow the favourites, and you look at the odds and you think it was a clear sailing for Davey, but
180.
it's the first max of the game there. Good timing as well when he's just been broken.
We're now on course for a 4th consecutive breaker throw.
81.
Quite an unusual dart that Dave Prins throws, doesn't it? It sort of gets wider the closer it gets to the point. Sort of tapers down towards the stem, so actually heavier at the front rather than at the back.
Yep.
Why he gets this quite upwards angle.
Prins darts are just a real old school looking set of
60.
arrows, aren't they?
Won't be for long though soon. He's getting his new Loxley darts out in the very near future.
Ooh.
Set of darts to hit the
53.
market. The darts equipment and manufacturing sort of changed so much. You must have seen the evolution of it over time.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember going down to the Winmore head office and literally
95.
saying, well, I'd like you to do this. And they went, yeah, no problem. And off he goes into the engineering part of the head office, and he goes, what, like that? And I went, and there's a board right next to it, and you can literally take sort of mils off and a little bit of weight out and add a bit of weight. It's remarkable. And they eventually create a prototype, which then
80.
I think Peter Wright
Davey
must live there.
require 40. 20.
I like to do a bit of touring, and I went into a shop
Davey
in Belgium.
require
And they've got a whole
125.
section just for Peter Wright darts.
Is that right?
Yeah, a whole section. You don't realise how many he's got until you see them all at the same time in front of you.
He's another player that's just looking for those tiny increments of
49.
improvement, and
Davey required 20.
it takes a lot of bottle to get up on stage and to use a set of darts you've never had a competitive
Davy
match with.
Proosten.
As we do get a 6th breaker throw, courtesy mainly to that 180
Fifth
from
leg, it's Davy
Davey.
Proosten to throw first.
Can he hold?
Game on.
We're going to get a hold.
$60.
I feel like at some point we're going to have to get a bit of word from Davey on what the name actually is. We've got Proosten. We've got so many different versions.
Proosten.
43.
That we're all calling him something different at the minute. He'll be hoping to call himself the winner.
Ravy Davey.
100.
He gets that
140.
opening dart on that top wire like that with these big thick barrels and this upwards angle. So inviting.
100.
78 adrift here. Dave Prins. Sure about the
58.
idea of starting on 19s on 318. Answers on a postcard. Don't forget, if you do use social media,
81.
whether it be Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter, at MSS Darts, all one word. And don't forget, head over to our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel
140.
and subscribe.
Davy record
And also, if you
160.
want to get in touch with Matt,
Yeah, you can send your questions in, your comments in directly.
100. Davy
Can answer
require
those.
120.
Got my Twitter in front of me today, at the Edgar501. If you want to send anything in, keep an eye on that.
tops.
Could be another break as well.
Yeah, a 5th consecutive break.
80. Davy requires 60.
It's overpitched by quite some distance there. Work to do for Davey on tops himself.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
fabulous
5th leg.
start, working around
Davy
the
Proosten.
dart that actually left the tops, and we eventually get a hold of throw in 17 darts.
6th leg, it's Dave Prince to throw first.
Yeah, I do use Instagram, but it's mainly gym stuff, pussycats and humour.
140.
180 Mason, yeah, I know, I'll change it to 26 or 45 at some point.
134.
Just looking at one of yesterday's tweets, while Dave Prins was playing, he hit 3 treble ones, got 9 scored. I'll put the alerts up, and 9 alerts. Caught a few people out. The messages are still coming in there. Got excited, thought it was a 9 for a second there. Just come through. So at least it's good grouping.
Yeah, they were all there or thereabouts. Done it myself. Sure you have a few times as well, Matt.
I can normally bottle it after the first 2 and come away. I'm more, though, the 45. I'm more over to the left.
97.
A bit of a model. He loved a treble 5. Was right in the corner.
43. Davy record 139.
Bit of a treble 1 merchant myself.
Oh, Jim McEwen's just tweeted in. He said, I don't think Dave's going to thank you for saying he's wearing his colours today, because he's actually a
97.
Sunderland fan.
Ooh. And he's wearing black and white. I thought that was the connection to
55.
the tune.
Davy require 42.
Maybe he's a secret fan of Alan Shearer.
What a legend he is.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
That's the
Dave Prince.
15 darter and the 2nd consecutive hold after 4 consecutive breaks.
7th and final against Davy Proosten to throw first.
And it is
Game
Davey
on.
with the darts in the decider. And this match approaching 17 minutes long.
60.
That one looked a bit nervy.
Newcastle got that money, didn't they? Rose from looking like there was going to be in a relegation battle to being sort of mid to top end of the table, and that's what Dave's gonna
57.
hope he's doing here, following his native Newcastle.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a, well, I am a casual football fan, hence it's something you'll never
96.
hear or see me talk about, but I do like following Newcastle. I like the passion up there. Great people.
I'm going to stop talking about Newcastle there with Dave Prins, because I might wind him up a bit too
40.
much and catch the right and left.
Also, when I'm feeling a bit posh, follow Chelsea. Do like a night out down there. Don't like, you wouldn't like the prices in there. And Frankie's bar, £11.50 for a glass of wine. When I went in there, I said, oh, I didn't want the bottle, I wanted a glass. They went, that's all you're getting. So, all right.
Went to the wrestling in Cardiff and I wanted a programme and there was like, oh, it's £15. I only want one.
55.
£15.
Of course, county darts this weekend as well. Good luck to Devon, travelling up to
81.
Humberside, I think they're playing this weekend. Good luck to all my Super League teammates playing in that.
60. Davey requires
This is going to take a major error, not just one, many major errors here from Davey. Give Dave Prins a chance at taking this.
Or maybe they've just played
89.
Humberside and they're playing Cleveland. All I know, it's a lot of them have left early this morning. It's a long old trip up there. It's a long way back here for Dave Prins.
58. Davey require 40.
Yeah, this is going to need 9 missed darts here for Dave Prins.
Game
He's
shot
not
on
even
the
going to miss one.
match.
Davy
Davy
Proosten wraps it up. A 4-3 victory, and that's 2 more points on the board after a torrid start to the week. We said it's a fresh start when you come into Group C. He's certainly relishing that. Another 2 points on the board. That moves him to 8, and he's in contention for Saturday night's final. Coming up next is Franz versus Steve Haggerty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the drama really is hotting up here in Group C, as we've seen yet another last leg decider between Davy Prins and Davy Proosten. It was Proosten that went out the 4-3 victor in the end, with an average of 85.66 and 4 from 14 on the doubles. Both players will be looking to work on their doubles. Prins 3 from 7 on the outer ring. It was kind of the scoring that let him down in the end. 74 high checkout for Prins, but it's yet another victory for Davy Proosten, who, following his struggles in Group A, really has taken to Group C like a duck to water, has the Joker. Let's have a look at how that latest result has left the league standings. Josh Payne, 10 points on 6 matches, 5 wins, 1 defeat for him so far. He is top of the pile, and you sense he's in a really, really good space now to make it through to Saturday night's final. So it's lights out. It's round 2 on Friday here in Group C, and it is the German Franz Roetzsch up against Steve Haggerty. They're going to kick off our second round of fixtures. And a reminder, you can join us for the finals on Saturday night. £5 tickets are available via dartshop.tv. Do come and join us for the Darty Party in Pompey. You will not want to miss it. Lucas Venig is already there. We're going to see 2 players come through from here, 3 from Group B. So why don't you join us as well? Let's get our next match underway in the company of Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
The group is starting to take shape. Davy Proosten and Thibault Tricole looking like they're going to be battling it out, but there's still opportunity yet. It's not over, and they need to start with a win for one of these. You sort of feel whoever loses this is getting marker penned.
Yeah, getting the black pen. Well, the big game you'd think would be match number 9, where Davey and Thibault lock horns, but they do have matches in between that. And to follow this one, it is Thibault Tricole against Davy Prins. Toughie for Davy Proosten is he plays Josh Payne after that one.
First leg is France to throw first.
Game
on.
Josh Payne today, though, and what we've seen from him this week is he's not fully at his A game yet. I will tell you where that A game is in the next match when he's taking on Davy Proosten. I've got some things wrote in red, and when we write things in red, that normally means it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a
58.
big indicator. Both players starting with troubleless visits. This tie
60.
yesterday was edged out in favour to Franz, winning 4-3
48.
with an 85 average. It's 4-9 favourite Franz. 13-8 Haggerty.
59.
It's tight.
begambleaware.org.
140.
And the fun stopped and all that.
There's no value out there today, really, is there?
No.
This?
No, it's a fairly volatile
60.
day's play. I was looking to try and pick out a
100.
few that appealed, but I actually don't mind Tricole against Davey.
60. Stevie Rock 155.
Match number 9. I go 4-7 about Tricole.
39.
So don't mind Haggerty against Davey.
122.
Davy Proosten
Stevie
up
Rock
at 8-15.
116.
Haggerty 11-8. There may be a bit of value there. Baker tonight 4-11
84.
against Cullerton.
France require 85. Game shot in the first leg. Franz Roetzsch.
Earlier in the week, we was talking about superstitions on Twitter, and
Second leg, it's Steve to
I've
throw
actually seen one this morning on my Twitter from Jack Shepherd from over in New Zealand. He's the guy who did the Simon
40.
Whitlock video, if you remember that
Yes.
one.
Yep.
How to be like Simon Whitlock. He's got a YouTube channel of his own that I think's absolutely brilliant. I love
Yes.
it.
It is funny.
140.
And he's actually put here, this is quite a nice one. He says he retires his stems and flights after he wins a tournament. He said they could be brand new,
45.
but if he wins a big tournament, he likes to keep them for memory, put them on display, because then if it's a big enough tournament, he'll even retire the whole darts.
Wow.
42.
Well, I was thinking along those lines that when I used to play and all my equipment was sponsored, if
60.
I lost a game, the flights and stems were removed, sometimes in my own style, and they went in the bin.
In the Lakeside Lake.
Yeah, there's a few sets of darts in there.
96.
I missed once. There's a few sets of Gary Andersons in there as well. I don't think there's much left of them. I'm not sure. Well, tungsten won't rust, will it? So
39.
if they ever drain that lake, I wonder what we could find in there. Get the metal detectors out.
Probably worth a few quid because the story that's attached to the...
Yeah. Especially
59.
like Gary Anderson, who went on to win back-to-back world titles. Find a set of his originals in there, they'd be worth a few quid.
82.
Don't have any ideas of
164.
scuba diving in the Lakeside Lake with your metal detector. You're not even allowed to fish it. The only person I've ever seen fish that lake was Bobby George.
94.
Just picturing the Lakeside Lake with about 50 people in it over the weekend.
Like you see on a Sunday on Salisbury Plain, you see them all out with their detectors.
90.
Not sure what's
Right,
worse,
we're
metal
going 70.
detecting or train spotting. Got to be careful, of course. Our esteemed colleague and
30.
one of the top
Stevie
referees,
McGraw,
Kurt Bevins, is
145.
an avid train spotter. I've actually bought him a book in, but it's not here at the moment.
105.
It's called My First Book
Right,
of Trains, and I've just
40.
showed it to Matt. Look at that. Intercity Express.
Game shot on the second leg.
Ah,
Franz
I
Roetzsch.
love that one, my pal. The Circulator, of course, the Octo
The leg is France to throw first.
champion on Countdown. He was giving me a brief explanation of how he trained his mind, and he is, well,
45.
he's a former maths teacher, isn't he? Did a maths degree and all of that stuff, school stuff.
84.
He is
When you describe it as all that stuff, like
stuff. Yeah.
school stuff,
Well,
education
he was
stuff.
trying to explain maths to me, and I was, advanced maths, of course.
140.
And I was like, right. And then, because he's a quizzing champion as well, and it's
60.
how the process of remembering things. And I was like, wow, how do you do that? I thought maybe he's not unlike me, been
180.
punched in the head a lot and consumed copious amounts of barbiturates over the years.
136.
His brain's still intact.
$85.
Well, like buses. 90 follows 180.
123. French required 51. Game shot on the third leg.
In a blink of
Franz
an eye.
Roetzsch.
And a 15 darter. That's 3-0. It actually would make a great thing for your Edgar TV is
Four-legged
how the
Steve to throw
referees
first.
add up their numbers when they're refereeing. and
58.
the different ways they do it.
Be interesting, wouldn't it? Because what we tend to find is, certainly as players, we learn patterns.
Hmm.
Like, we don't actually know what the numbers are. You just know this treble, that. But you know the patterns of play.
Yeah.
But it'd be interesting, like, me and Kev, we have a game of cricket.
Hmm.
And cricket's about counting up. And
87.
we'll stand there for ages trying to work out, like, what score we've got. Because we're not used to, like, the breakdown pattern that we just get used to with taking away. And
Well, it's like 135 from 501. We know it's 366. We don't do the math. We just know it's 366.
he's done it that often that, you just know the patterns.
Yeah.
And
57.
And of course, Owen is our referee. He's also one of the lead markers on the PDC and the Pro Tour and in the
60.
TV tournaments. And it's how he does his, because like this is adding up, and of course marking's taken away. The different ways
117.
they both do it differently in some way. Like I always, when I sort of started marking, I would always round up, so it was 95. I'd take a ton off and add 5.
95.
I'd say the interesting bit is, like, say how they go about that. And then when you come up with a player who
115.
throws around the board, you know, that
161.
must be a marker's nightmare at times, being one of those players. But some players who do that will call it themselves. You'll go to the board, you always call your score, but in this sort of environment, you
61.
can't really do
Stevie
that. And
requires 67.
these sort of shots where you're going around the board because you've got to take it away at the same time as adding things up.
It's funny, when I had that
47.
big gap away from playing, when I
France
started
require
playing
100.
again, my counting was gone because you know, you don't use it, so you forget it.
90.
Matched up.
Stevie
for 4-0.
require 20.
That would have been big for Franz.
Haggerty's not won a leg so far today. He lost his opening game against Thibault Tricole 4-0. If he doesn't
Surely.
get this,
No score.
he could
France require 10.
get the double bagel.
No score.
Well, we talked
Stevie
about
require 20.
losing the line. Well, that was horrific. He's up there now.
10.
Another opportunity for full zip. Will actually put Franz into the
France
plus
require
1
10.
in leg difference, currently -3.
A long way off again, but he still gives himself a chance.
Game
3-1 is the
shot
choice,
on the
3-1 is the
match.
hit.
France
It's
Roetzsch.
a 4-0 win for France. Steve Haggerty's day has started off to the worst possible start. That is 2 4-0 defeats, which has really put an end to his hopes, really, when you look at the leg difference now, taking a -8. The most important stat for there is a 4-0 victory for France. 2 more points. We'll move to our next game, which will be Thibault Tricole running first against Davy Prins.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it really is one extreme or the other in terms of results today. We've seen 2 4-3s, and now we've seen our second 4-0 in our 4 matches so far today. Franz Roetzsch, the victor over Steve Haggerty in that last one. For Haggerty, 0 out of 8 on the doubles, 4 from 9 for Roetzsch, 1 maximum apiece, and the highlights an 85 checkout for the German. Let's have a look then at what that result does to the league standings. Josh Payne still leads the way from Thibault Tricole and Davy Proosten in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Tricole can go back to the top of the group with victory in our next match. He takes on Prins, who was edged out 4-3 by Davy Proosten in his opening match of the day. So we are heading towards the final part of our first third of matches here on Friday at the MODUS Super Series. So let's hand back to our commentary team. It's Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar.
So we've just been going through the group table here, and we've got the marker pen out, and a couple of people have been marker penned already now. Dave Prins, one of those. Looks like his race has run, and now Steve Haggerty's been marker penned as well. So,
well, it's just the huge leg difference, isn't it? With Haggerty, the points is the problem with Dave, but Haggerty is now on -11. So, yeah, he's been scratched.
Well, he's played 2 games already, so he's only got 3 games left, which means he can only get a maximum of 12 legs from here and a maximum of 6 more points. So that's why he's been firmly marker penned.
Watching for the first time, it's the winner of Group A, which has already been completed over Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. That was Lucas Venig coming out on top. And it's the top 2 from this 6-player field of Group C.
Game on!
And then it's the top 3 from tonight's Group B, which gets underway at 10 o'clock. If you want to be here on Saturday night, www.dartshop.tv.
180.
Tickets are free. You have to pay a £5 deposit, and upon arrival you will receive a £5 refreshment voucher.
Last time these two played was yesterday, and that was a red pen moment for Tricole. Red pen is good. If I write it down in red, it means something's good's happened. He got 5 180s in that game and lost. That's not a red pen moment.
No.
The 5 180s, though, it was the doubles that let him down that game. 2 out of 21. We've already seen in his opening game, 50% on the doubles.
180.
Had a double, didn't he, in that match? It was the most bizarre of games. Dave Prins picking up his only win of the day.
59.
77 in the process.
He averaged 77 and beat a guy who's at 5
Yeah.
180s in 6 legs.
Yeah. Well, the 5 came in 3, didn't it? Was it 3 and a bit legs?
60 to be 167.
Despite the max from Dave Prins, he's a fair way adrift from Tricole.
97.
Who's already down to a 2-darter after 4 visits. Big game.
98. Thibault requires 70.
Up against Josh Payne. A win for Josh, and he's pretty much in with Lucas Venig to tomorrow night's final.
54. Davy require 120.
Same aspect. Davy Proosten is watching this game with a bit of interest as well, because Tricole and Proosten are at the moment battling out for that second spot.
Yep.
17.
Dave Prins can get the victory here.
Teammate requires 16.
I've seen an improved level of performance from him today in his opening game. It was defeat to Proosten. It was
Game shot on the
better.
first leg. Thibault
More
Tricole.
likely. Closer with the darts, not so much losing the weight of the darts.
Yep.
Second against Dave to throw first. Game on.
Was an improved performance, but he's going to have to find another level.
60.
Certainly know he has those levels in the locker. very well in that World Seniors.
140.
Been able to reproduce that form here.
It's a very eerie environment in there, isn't it? When I go upstairs and
125.
just silent, and you can just hear like the blower and the fan and the machines just.
I mean, I suppose when you play on the Pro Tour, though, that's played behind closed doors, of
100.
course, and in the cubicles, there's still just like a rumbling of noise,
A
isn't there?
murmur, yeah,
Yeah.
like a blanket of.
Noise, which is nice. It's like playing in a pub, isn't it? Without the jukebox on, of course.
45.
It's like that sort of murmur that we like, isn't it? They say about babies, like things like white noise and.
Yes. Yeah, it's quite calming.
140.
Yeah. Good start to this game from Thibault. This is how you attack someone's throw. 140, 100, 140.
171.
That's how you try and defend it when someone's coming at you.
121.
That's as good as a max.
Well, he had a max in leg one. Wants the button.
88. Dave, you require 100.
About 45 seconds ago, it looked like Thibault was about to break. 4 perfect darts from Davy Prins.
80.
That was a long way off from
Thibault,
being
you
a perfect
require
dart.
33.
Advantage back to Thibault, 33 for a breaker throw. Put himself halfway to 2 vital points.
17.
Looked a bit awkward, that.
Dave, you require 20. Game shot on the second
16
leg.
darter.
Dave Prins.
There's a hold, a throw, and a level game. A missed opportunity for Thibault to double
Feel like
his
it's
lead.
Thibault to throw first.
This is quite a high-pressure game. With all due respect,
135.
the level of play that Dave Prins is at the moment, you know, if you lose to him, there's a chance that everybody else will go on to beat him, which then makes your chances of qualification, trying
81.
to gain those points back, are unlikely.
Well, if we look at it on a head-to-head basis, Davy Proosten at the moment is the closest contender to Thibault for that second place. Davy Proosten's already beaten Dave Prins
140.
today. So he's already got that win in the bank. And as players, you do look at where the wins are going to come from.
60.
You don't want to be the only one losing to that player, because then everyone's going to have advantage over you at 2 points.
$140.
Again, the scoring phase from Thibault here. 135, 140, 140.
Well, it is the Europe Cup
58.
taking
Thibault
place
require
over in Valencia in
86.
Spain at the moment. And a couple of players already through to the round
26.
2, including Stefan Belmont, a player we know well at the Super Series. The big shock
132.
is
Thibault
Kieran
requires
Thiel
60.
out 4-0, and he's already in our Champions of Champions, isn't he?
Game
Week
shot on the third
13.
leg. Thibault Tricole.
Thibault Tricole with a 14 darter goes in front for a second time.
Fourth leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Did have the chance to have this 3-0 and be thrown for the match. Said it's all on throw. Thibault in this front 9 is mightily impressive.
100.
Yeah, he's doing the damage in that scoring phase, the early stages of the leg.
100.
There's your averages for the game at the moment. 95.22 for Thibault. And that's really highlighted in that
100.
scoring phase, that front 9.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're deep enough into the the match, of course. This is leg 4.
140.
Racking up those 140s, Matt. How many is that now?
That's the 5th of the game so far there for Thibault. Only 1 for Dave Prins, which says that if this continues, Thibault's going to
60.
get more opportunities to break.
It looks like right on cue. The one incoming.
81.
Bit of a slip there. Meant it didn't leave a finish. If it had just stayed straight and got a single, it would have meant that we'd done a finish. And Dave, he did this in the last one.
180.
Thibault looked like he was going to break. Dave Prins hit a 171. Now is it the 180? He would love a 140 here.
100.
Couldn't
Davey
quite find the
requires
gap.
61.
25 for 36. 18 for tops.
And he's missed.
21.
He's just offered Thibault an
So we
opportunity
require
to get a
80.
dart from 61 at the double. Be disappointed with that. Be very disappointed.
Game
he's
shot the
punished.
4 flag.
And he
Thibault
is.
Tricole.
Thibault takes out the 80 and is now thrown for the match. And
Fifth
two
leg, it's
vital
Thibault
points,
to
but
throw
also
first.
when we look at his closest rival, Davy Proosten won this game in the last one 4-3. It could be a 2-leg advantage as well for Thibault from this exchange of fixtures.
140.
Yep. Well, we saw Josh Payne find another gear towards the back end of his match. Thibault's replicating that, just
100.
29 darts used to win legs 3 and 4.
$55.
55, so 95 points adrift. Dave Prins needs at least a ton to just stay in touch.
59.
Or at least one big treble. So a real chance for Thibault. Put a gap between himself and again that shot on the 19s that we saw in leg 2 from Dave Prins, replicated by Tricole. It's certainly a better version of Dave Prins today, isn't it?
135.
He's raised his game. Unfortunately for him, so has Thibault. He's averaging 89. Thibault's averaging 99.
70.
Just missing the ball to leave tops.
Mentioned earlier that Thibault started the day well yesterday, 91 in the opening game. Then he had that 101 average. So this is quite similar to what we saw from him yesterday.
60. Thibault requires 65.
Tops to wrap it up. Double quick time. 4-1.
45. Dave, you require 142.
Going to need a couple of trebles. Looking like he's going to go for the 17s, which he won't get. So Thibault's got 3 darts in hand to get this wrapped
42.
up. Yeah.
Thibault, you
2
require
more
20.
points on the board.
2 10s. 2 left. 1 left. Double 5.
10.
Can't get over the line.
Dave, you require
Winning
100.
line proving elusive. That's not a bad guide. Should be able to bump off that.
60. Thibault, you require 10.
2 for double 4. And back down to 2s. I
8.
didn't fancy him at all.
Dave,
Trying
you
a little
require
bit too
40.
hard to get the job done. Top corner.
20.
Couldn't quite get the
Thibault, you
elevation
require
and
2.
length on the dart. Might be back. Number 1's never no gimme.
Game shot on
No
the
problem
match.
for Thibault, though.
Thibault Tricole.
Ultimately, his average tumbled from late 90s to late 80s. 14 darts missed it a double in the end there for Thibault. And it was Davy Prins with an 82-48, and Thibault continues to put the pressure on Josh Payne. He goes back on top on 10 points, plus 11. When we do return, is a big match. Josh Payne against Davy Proosten.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Thibault Tricole really is making a march on Friday here, isn't he, in Group C. Winner once again over Davy Proosten, 4 legs to 1, the scoreline in this one with an 87.85 average. But it's the 4 from 18 on the checkouts. It's the one area of his game which he says he's got to improve upon. Happy to say that alongside me up here on the balcony to look back at the first third of the action today is no other than Prime Time himself, Matthew Edgar. Matt, you were saying in commentary with Chris that the names are slowly but surely being crossed off the list as to who could go through.
Yeah, I've got an array of coloured pens down there, and the marker pens when we think someone's gone. And we've lost 2 players now already. And these next couple of games are really going to shape this up. We're going to see where this goes. Davy Proosten needs to win this game really against Josh Payne, and then his next game's against Thibault Tricole. It could all be done in the next couple of games. Them games are going to shape this group, and we could see Thibault through in about 3 games' time.
Which is something perhaps maybe we didn't expect. We expected Thibault to be in with a shout, but we didn't expect him to make such a charge so early.
Mason said it all week. It gets stronger as the week goes on, and we're seeing that in that level of consistency and that level of performance. If he can just tighten up those doubles, he's going to take second spot, because his scoring power at the moment is head and shoulders above the rest of the pack.
Are we looking at a scenario where perhaps 1 is already through, and then we're looking at maybe 1 from 2 for the second spot?
I think we've been sort of feeling that's the way it's going to go all the way through. Josh Payne sort of, when we look at those numbers and the ceilings and the amount of red pen that Josh Payne's got on that note sheet, you expect him to win this group, and the bookies expect him to win this week before a dart was even thrown. And at the moment, he's not even through to Saturday's final yet. Lucas Venig is there, but Josh has retook that place just of what he did yesterday.
Well, this one could be absolutely pivotal. It's Josh Payne up against Davy Proosten. Matt's going to run down to the commentary box to join Chris Mason. Chris.
Thank you very much, chaps. Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing maybe Josh Payne find another gear. Was not happy, still doesn't look happy with that performance a little earlier against Franz. You will have seen Thibault win that last match, move to 10 points plus 11. Josh currently sat 10 points plus 7, so a win here by any scoreline.
I feel like it's Josh to throw first.
He goes back to the top of the table, and a win here for me. And he's pretty much got a foot in the final tomorrow night. Don't forget, if you want to join us here at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, tickets are free at £5 redeemable deposit. Dartshop.tv. We'd love to have you down here. Great opportunity to mingle and meet the players. It's a very intimate venue here. Holds a couple of hundred people. Great opportunity to watch the action up close.
I don't think you fully appreciate this venue until you've been to it.
Well, yeah, it's the one thing all the players who are coming here for the first time, they are left open-mouthed with how beautiful a building it is.
140.
How stunning the setup is, down to everything. The players' practice area.
95.
All the players, of course, there's a players' marshal here, letting them know the timings of everything.
I think I said when Henry asked me the question at the start, like, what is it like for a debutant coming into this? And I said, there's no excuses. It's on you. Everything that you could need as a player is here and taken care of.
Yep, everything.
41. Joshua McGuire, 108.
I actually mentioned it. I did a show for Modus recently in Swansea as we watched the 19 and double 16 come in for a 15 dart hold.
76.
And literally I was given like an itinerary. You'll be picked up at this time, you'll be taken to the venue, and you'll go on stage to do this, you'll do this. And everything was timed, and literally everything was to the second. I had a rider, everything I wanted at the venue and in the practice room was provided, and that's the sort of ethos that is taken here at the Super Series.
Davey require 80.
Is there for you. You're not left needing anything. He needs tops.
60. Joshua require 18.
It seems unlikely that he's even going to get near a double. Never mind have a dart.
Game shot on the first leg. Josh Payne
gets over the line in the end. We're not seeing the best of Josh Payne by a long way. We have seen the best of Josh Payne before, and the numbers he can do
Davey
are
to throw
frightening.
first.
8 times got him down here at being over 105 average. He had 105.22 against Lee Evans,
97.
105.47 against Conan Whitehead, and twice against Dan Reed. Keeps climbing. 106.72 against Lisa Ashton. And then we get to silly numbers.
129.
111.33 against Paul Hogan. 111.33 against Alan Tabben. And then he maybe doesn't like Alan Tabben too much. 113.49 against Alan Tabben.
Yeah, that was pretty much during the same week. I think he was outstanding, and they are silly numbers. And
140.
the fact that it's not just a one-off; they're being replicated and often trumped. Tells you where his ceiling is, which is not surprising. He can become a little flustered and frustrated when he's not producing. That is the problem when you've got those in the locker and you do it with some regularity. When it's not there, you do get rather rattled. I used to go up there and underperform. I'd be asking the question why.
180. Josh McGuire, 92.
We haven't seen the best of Josh Payne.
No.
Those numbers I've just reeled off are the best of Josh Payne. Yesterday, a 96.69 was the best we saw in his victory over Dave Prins.
50.
Going to ignore the 98
Davey
because that was a losing average. So I think with the amount of games he's won, I think we can have fair reflection and look at his highest winning average. He's a 96.
44.
Well, his running
Joshua
average
Quine,
over
42.
150 matches this year is into the 90s, isn't it? That's some serious consistency.
And if we're saying his par is
Games on the
91,
second leg.
Yeah.
Josh Payne.
96 is well off the very best of Josh Payne, but does it have to be the best of Josh Payne? He's certainly doing enough here.
Feel like it's Josh
Yeah,
to throw first.
he seems to be
Game
quite
on.
reactive the last couple of days. If someone else is finding another gear, then he would just do enough.
Well, look at that last game. He was behind. We said if he gets the break and hold, and was it
32.
14 and 15 darts.
Yep. Just 29 darts to win the last two legs, from trailing 3-2 to turning it around and winning 4-3.
80.
You can say in that game he's average 83, which on the surface of it doesn't look that good, but it's that game management that was absolutely perfect.
100.
Yep. And that's when you have to rely on your ability and, as we've
59.
mentioned many times before, switch the brain off and just throw. Try not to get embroiled in not only your own performance, but that of your opponents.
41.
So easy, isn't it? We're giving out all these great tips, and then all you've got to do is, when you've engaged that arm, just hit more trebles
And more
and
doubles.
more doubles than the opponent, and you'll win.
Easy game.
81.
Private sessions are available.
It's interesting. Of course, Glenn Durrant's doing a lot of coaching.
45.
Has got a purpose-built room at his home. It's interesting getting his. I've never really. Though I've known Glenn for a long, long time, 25 plus years. Never really sort of get an insight into a player until you do this kind of thing to realise that his knowledge and
78.
understanding of the game must have made his, demising form even more frustrating, because he understood everything that was going on, but couldn't alter it. I think he's in a much better place.
130. Davy Proosten, 58.
I think with him, it's completed it, mate. He's
38.
just won one world title.
Joshua
He's
Quine, 75.
won multiples when you consider the Masters, a Premier League champion. We say about managing.
69.
Well,
Davy required
that would have
20.
been a perfect example of that.
Game shot on the
Sort of
third
signalling
leg.
there that he's not getting
Davy Proosten.
extension.
No, he's not getting to the end of the throw, is he?
That's just a sign of shoulder tightness.
Fourth leg, it's Davy to throw
The stretchers are
first.
probably doing well.
Game on.
Yep, for sure. That's why I recommend the resistance bands. They
60.
can only be used to tone and condition the muscle. They're great for stretching. Again,
80.
ideally, you want the fitness element and to support the joints and support the arm.
85.
Ideally, you don't want to be built like Josh or Lucas, but
When you go back to someone like Glenn Durrant, you say how happy they are now. And one of the
99.
things with darts, because everything comes so thick and fast, and it's this event, that event, this event, you never really have time to sit back and say, I've
59.
done all right for myself here.
Yeah.
I've had a good career, I've had a good time, and I've seen the world, and you never get time to have that moment just to have your bit of a victory lap and enjoy your successes. And I think, was it Phil Taylor who says, like, as soon as he won that title, it was, what's the next one?
140.
Yeah.
And it was, rather than enjoying the moment of, I've got this trophy, I've got this title, he wouldn't even give himself that time, because it's, next event now. You don't have long.
59.
You finish one and you're preparing for the next.
yeah, and that was something that myself and Glenn discussed in depth, and I started to reel off the titles he had, and,
140.
he was sort of even looking at me bright-eyed, and wow, So yeah, well, there's nothing left to prove. You've achieved more than 99% of
140.
any player that's picked up a set of darts.
26.
You'd say if it was a computer
Davey
game, it was
require
completed.
98.
Yeah, exactly. Job done. Very much like Gary Anderson. I'm sure he sleeps very well at night,
Josh
looking in his trophy
16.
cabinet. Wow, where's this going?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
In the
Josh
gap,
Payne.
and that would have been the exact point he would have been aiming at. And that's 3 consecutive breaks, and
Fifth leg is Josh to
Josh
throw
is on the
first.
brink of a
Game
very
on.
big win, 4-1. He would, if he holds here, go to 12 points plus 10. That for me is pretty much enough.
85.
Have to be a bizarre run of results for that not to be enough. To be one of the top 2 places.
Instantly, my eye now is drawn
83.
to game 9. Davy Proosten, Thibault Tricole. That game could be the settler of this group to see who's going through to Saturday. And when you look at the head-to-head there,
180.
Davy's not won a lot of games this week, certainly in the opening part, but he's got 2 wins over Tricole. It's 2-2.
140.
Bizarre, isn't it?
Those games quite tight. 4-2, 4-3, 4-2, 4-2. And actually, Davey taking the last 2 wins. So he's won the recent
100.
games. One on Wednesday, one yesterday. Going to need to win that one if Josh Payne gets over the line here.
134.
Well, it's
Josh
looking like Tricole and
136.
Josh will be the 2.
Well, that's why it's such a huge game. Another one of those to finish it in a flourish.
96.
Well, tops
Davey
after 12, so all
144.
barring a big finish, which is not going to happen. Josh, 3 darts in hand
100.
to go
Josh required
back on
40.
top of the table and make it 2 from 2 and 6 from 7. Oh, yes.
30.
Would have been 6 from 7.
Davey require 44. Game shot on the fifth leg. Davy
Davey
Proosten.
keeps his hopes alive. I feel this is must-win territory for Davey. Certainly
Sixth leg
here
is
with the
Davey
throw.
to throw first.
If you are going to
Game
lose,
on.
you need to lose as tight as possible. So that extra leg's going to be a big tick. But more importantly, it keeps the game going and
85.
keeps himself with the chance of getting the points.
Hey, T2.
Well, I've annoyed Josh Payne. 3 clear darts to wrap things up comfortably.
100.
This is where you can, of course, start to get embroiled. He's missed 15 darts at a double in this match, still averaging 85. The averages are very close, as you can see.
96.
Nothing in it in that department.
96.
Plenty of difference in that one, though.
Had 12 darts more, hasn't he? That's 4 handfuls that he's outscoring Davey by.
So was pretty much almost a leg.
137.
Which says it's a matter of time. However,
100.
in this format, time is not a luxury. Time is not something you can rely on having too much of. Might get a chance or chance to miss, but
130. Davey Rook
opportunities.
120.
You can run out of legs very quickly. Tops. Gone left. Did
100.
surprise me, and he fancied that.
Josh required 56.
Well, another opportunity to get it done. Double 10. Well, this
Game
time,
shot and the
he does get
match.
it done
Josh
with a
Payne.
15 darter, and it is a full 2 win. He moves on to 12 points and plus 9. Well, when we come back, Davy Prins takes on Franz Roetzsch.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Josh Payne is one step closer from qualifying for tomorrow night's finals, courtesy of a 4-2 victory in that top-of-the-table tussle with Davy Proosten, with an average of 87.09, 20% on the doubles, a high out of 56. But Josh Payne, the winning machine, just keeps on picking up the points. Let's have a look at what that latest result does then to the league table. Josh Payne on 12 points now, top of the pile, following the completion of 7 rounds of fixtures. Thibault Tricole in second place on 10 points. Davy Proosten now third on 8 points. And the game in a couple of games' time, the next match for both of those players is going to be absolutely crucial, because Tricole and Proosten will play each other in game 9. That could be game on or game over in terms of who qualifies through the group. Right, let's get on to our next match then. It is Davy Prins up against Franz Roetzsch. It's England versus Germany in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason. Chaps, it is all over to you.
Thank you very much, Henry. And we may well be striking another player off here if Franz doesn't get the win. And then in match number 9, which will be Davy Proosten against Thibault Tricole, we could almost have this Group C settled.
The marker pen's working overtime at the moment. Scrolling people out, and just had a look over to the social medias at MSS Darts, the Twitter handle for the MODUS Super Series. They put a message out this morning asking where people are watching from. We've got Tristan joining us today.
Says, it's Dave
Edgar and Mason doing a great job on commentary again.
Game on.
I think that might be highlighted by the fact he's watching it from the dentist waiting room.
£20 is in the post. Thanks, pal.
I think we sound great when you're in the dentist waiting room, don't we? Because
Especially over the sound of that drill.
32.
now just running out to the car. He's back off home again.
60.
Mention of the drill.
$59.
Mentioned yesterday the journey that Dave Prins has had to have. Minimum of 670 miles.
60.
It's going to feel like a chore going back.
Yeah.
When you do those sort of mileage, like I say, winning doesn't make you tired. You're happy when you're winning. And when you've come this far and you've not produced anything like you can,
100.
that journey home is going to feel like it takes for ages. And you know he's going to get stuck in traffic along the way. There's going to be some road works. It's going to take him like 8 to 10 hours to get
60.
home. You just know what's going to be going on. And
Well, I mentioned county a little earlier. It's very similar, of course, isn't it? You can get on the road bright and early. You get to the venue, and it just doesn't happen for you. And that trip home is a very lonely one.
100.
And one where you have so much time to reflect.
sometimes almost too much.
140.
And that's the loneliness of being a professional dart player. Spend a lot of time in cars or hotels on your own.
Yeah, that's why I thought it was. Well, it's tough anyway, but
40.
during that period of, well, we don't need to mention it again. You know, when you are locked away in your room and you were in that real tight bubble, it must have been
140.
absolutely
Davey
head-wrecking.
record 170.
I like to live a very positive lifestyle, and even I've struggled.
Yeah,
in
I'm
that
a, I'm a
situation.
glass half full kind of guy, but even during that period, you know, though I live in a
125.
beautiful
Points
part of the world with the
41.
countryside, I was out on my bike, I was still following the darts thinking, how on earth are they doing this without it having some kind of effect mentally?
21. Davey
Obviously, there weren't
require
much live sport on
45.
at the time. You certainly couldn't go and watch it. And I remember being at Bolton, and Bolton ended up playing an evening game against Forest Green Rovers. It was the best game of football I've
Yep.
ever seen in my life.
Well, we need sport. It's a great
35.
outlet for people. It's good for the mental
record
health.
20.
It produces lots of endorphins and positive chemicals.
Game shot in the first leg.
We need
Franz
activity as
Roetzsch.
well. For all that very reason.
Well, we
Second leg is
now
France to
live in
throw
a civilized
first.
world, don't we? If you
Game
think
on.
you take away all the buildings and clothes and all these things that we've manufactured to build this world that we live in, we'd actually all be running around
45.
on a daily basis, hunting for food or
Yep.
doing these sort of primal activities. So when you take all that away, we're still built to be this sort of hunter. So we need somewhere to scratch that itch, and sport, and especially one-on-one sport
99.
like darts.
Yep.
Ticks all those boxes.
Well, it's a great stimulant. You know, I've worked with a
60.
lot of people in the gym that, you know, have found themselves, again, as you mentioned, a pound a week becomes £4 a month, becomes a couple of stone a year, and
140.
is another cause of poor mental health. You get people in the gym and you give them routine, and they get those good chemicals
85.
being released, and they look better, so they feel better. And I've been a person who spent 20 plus years on various medications, none of them which I don't believe done me too many
134.
favours. In the end, it was cognitive behaviour therapy, a few courses of that implemented not only the change in
42.
my
Davey
mentality and my approach to
128.
life, but also my physical well-being.
Sometimes you just got to find that way to enjoy yourself. It's later than you think.
Yeah, absolutely.
56.
I can guarantee there is no song bingo.
If there is, you're winning it hands down.
127. Davey requires 72.
For another game.
52. France requires 142.
I think he'd be back, unless he can find another one of those and double top. Never a good time. Certainly not on a combination finish. Just unsettles the rhythm.
Makes it like a first start again, doesn't it?
Yep.
Like throwing 2 first starts.
72. Davey required 20. Game shot on the second leg. Dave Prins.
Do have back-to-back breaks. A 20-dart break, leg 1 for Franz, and a
So
16-dart
it's
break.
Dave to throw
in
first.
leg 2.
Game on.
Abba said the winner takes it all. That's not so
40.
much the case for Dave Prince. If he wins this, it won't help his chances to qualify for this group.
Certainly,
He has been marker penned.
certainly dent the chances. Well, his chances
85.
are pretty much over with a defeat here.
Like half the group, won't it, at this stage?
140. Yeah. 121.
Surprised Henry didn't join in with the musical quotes.
180.
He's normally there anytime there's a pun around. He's
Oh, he loves a punt.
be a big fan of Chris Murphy.
45.
The king
Davey
of
Rock
puns.
141.
The king of alliteration.
$41.
Oh, they are. Lucky as we'll
81.
only give you 2 to 5 on
Davey
France.
require 100.
That is a little bit stingy.
Oh, we both had raised eyebrows when we looked at the odds.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that's a
Dave
14 darters
Prins.
to just 30 darts used to win the last 2 legs. So means Dave Prins has
Four-legged
averaged
France to throw
100
first.
over the course of those 2 legs. Averaging 88 in the match.
99.
It was a disappointing opening leg. Dave Prins had 21 darts in the opening leg. And his average is down into the 80s. But we did say Dave Prins could be a bit of a spoiler today.
121.
He's doing his best to spoil the fun for Franz.
How would you evaluate
85.
Franz's week then? We've seen him now. This is the 5th day. We've seen a bit of everything from him now, really, haven't we?
Yeah, he's a little erratic. He's obviously got plenty of ability. Definitely could, you think, looking at the body
42.
language, that maybe working on his mindset. I don't think there's too much wrong technically that I would get involved in.
85.
Maybe the speed of release in terms of the acceleration from the backswing to the end of the throw, I would probably try and slow a little bit down, and then you'd have a little bit more control, and he might not lose
59.
the line with so much regularity. But I think maybe just the mindset.
180.
And obviously mindset is a massive umbrella of things. And I think the thing I would be picking up the most on is that sort of when things aren't going right, how to deal with
171.
adversity.
52.
Yeah, it's eliminating the negativity, of course, which is
Game
again,
shot on the
easier
fourth
said than
leg.
done because
Franz Roetzsch.
I was an absolute nightmare for throwing the towel in early and
Fifth leg, it's Dave to throw
plenty of
first. Game
petulance.
on.
I'd become rattled quite easily. And
The easiest way to deal with eliminating negativity is to focus on the positivity.
yeah,
If 100 things go,
60.
you're going to do 100 items, and if 99 of them go wrong and one goes right, you focus on that one becomes 2. 2 becomes 4, the 4 becomes 8.
and again, I think that comes down to
100.
the CBT courses I went on, and they exactly do that. They eliminate all the negative things in your life, and you tend to see things in a different light, and you see, you know, sometimes humor when other people don't see it, which is why I, you know, tend to laugh at most people's opinion and or their insight that most people would take as negativity.
45.
I have a good old chuckle to myself. It doesn't affect my life. What's the saying? A lion is not affected by the minds of sheep. And you know, unfortunately, the negatives in social media,
45.
there's plenty of positives. But it's given people a platform to have an opinion. Most of the time, that opinion is based
41.
on absolutely nothing. We'll see many things that I won't talk about. Politics, football, golf, snooker, because I can't do any of them or know anything about any of them.
24.
A couple of subjects that I personally have participated in and spent pretty much 3 and a bit decades being involved in.
90.
I feel like I can talk about, and those then are not opinions.
$89.
Been a bit decades. That's sort of Dave Prins playing darts, right? 1988 he first played competitive sort of tournament play.
52. Davey for 146.
Well, my first tournament, I was around 10 or 11 years of age, so just 20 or so years ago.
There's been an argument
Before you were born.
98.
1986, and that's why I find strange when I watch some of the players now and you see like dates that mean something to me, like Euro 96.
95.
I got expelled from
Davey
school in
required 48.
1986 and never returned. Double 8 to lead. Ooh,
No score.
caught the flight.
Franz requires 78.
And that look from Dave Prins says it all.
Is to keep his hopes alive. The ball.
Game shot the
It's the
fifth leg.
ball. What a recovery
Franz
that was.
Roetzsch.
Dropped the first dart. That was going for 18s. Double 18 for double 12, 18 for 20 for tops. Dropped it into the fours.
Sixth leg, it's France to throw
Recovers that
first.
extremely well with the 16 and the
on.
ball. That is the breaker throw, and he keeps his slender hopes alive.
He had to
into
rely.
Saturday.
He had to rely on hitting the smallest target on the board.
140.
Dave Prins missing the double 16 and the double 8. Could we look back at that moment in a couple of hours' time and it have some kind of relevance?
180.
Nothing wrong with the scoring from Dave Prins. The 2 180s, a 171. Still
85.
averaging in the high 80s. 100 finish. 3 140s, 7 scores between a ton and 139.
It'd been so poetic.
140.
Dave Prins would have took a 9 there. After the 4th dart, I was thinking, come on, Dave.
Do a real 9.
Obviously, I put on Twitter yesterday the
81.
9 that Dave Prins hit, which was the 3 treble ones. And a lot of comments. People that was watching, hoping it was the proper 9.
Did dupe them.
60. $55. Davey record 121.
121 points away from going all the way. Just like a 4-3, does Dave Prins. A 4-3 earlier again today, but was on the wrong end of it against Davy Proosten.
89.
If they're going all the way again here,
140.
I'd be expecting to come back at 32, which he will do.
100. Davey require 32.
But Franz through the ringer.
That's not bad marker for him. Doesn't use it. Over adjustment.
16.
Oh, and right on the wire, the double
Franz
eight.
require 40.
So, to keep his hopes alive, tops he needs, 10s.
Game shot
was
on the
a
match.
wonderful final dart
Franz Roetzsch.
from Franz Roetzsch, and the misery continues for Dave Prins, but Franz moves on to 8 points plus 3, and actually goes ahead of Davy Proosten. Well, up next it is Steve Haggerty against Josh Payne.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and do not rule Franz out of the final. He is a 4-2 victor against Davey Prins in our previous match. Let's have a look at the statistics from that, where Davey Prins, despite an 85.5 average, went down 4-2. It was 4 for 9 on the doubles, which was what won it for Franz in the end. A ton checkout for Davey Prins being his highlight. Let's see what that result then does to the group standings, because Josh Payne is top of the table, Thibault Tricole in second, and now we have a new player in third in Franz Roetzsch, following that victory over Davy Proosten on legs difference. So maybe now we could see another player enter the mix for a place in finals night tomorrow night. And you can join the party as well. Please do join us here at the Super Series at the Live Lounge. Dartshop.tv, the place to be. Get your tickets for that one. Next up for us, Josh Payne, who's been trying to do my job in the presenter's chair before we went on air a couple of seconds ago. He takes on Steve Haggerty, and it's going to be watched in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. A little bit disappointed you didn't give us a song link.
Yeah, we just can't get enough of those today.
14 is the magic number. And Josh Payne just 2 points away from that number, although even on 12, unlikely he doesn't take one of the top 2 spots required to join Lucas Venig in tomorrow night's final. But a win here, and he will move on to 14 points, 4 clear of the field. It's pretty much job done.
Yeah, Steve Haggerty's already been marker-penned. And we sort of feel that's the next game as well. You know, Josh Payne, we expect to get this one wrapped up and get his place booked in Saturday's final here.
Okay, first I get Steve
Thibault
to throw
Tricole in
first.
the next game coming up
Game
against
on.
Davy Proosten.
Biggest game of the day, really, that one.
By far. It's another chance, really, to marker-pen another player.
97.
Well, Josh won this one handily yesterday. 4 legs to 1. It's 2 to 9 to win here. 3 to 1.
134.
Have we had any outsiders win a game today?
No.
100.
So for you short price favourite ACCA players, you're having a good one so far. An upset will come at some point.
140.
They've been very brave to have taken what was on offer today.
Oh yeah, well we've seen a couple of close calls, haven't we?
59.
I think if you was a betting man, you'd have walked in the bookies today, looked at the screen, turned around and gone and found something else to do.
Yeah, Greg's.
140.
The game up next. They go 6 to 4. Davey, Thibault 1 to 2, and I think, although we've trying to push you away from some of those
87.
real short price favourites, I don't mind that one, Matt.
Yeah, big fan of that. Like that price. Like the game. I think he's
47.
the most likely winner. Davey will have the advantage of throw.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be one-sided. I think there'll be a few tricky moments in there for Tricole.
100.
Ultimately, I think he gets the win.
40.
I think there'll be tricky moments, but I think they'll be all by his own doing.
Yeah, missing doubles.
I don't think it's going to be like Proosten's going to come out and
Game shot on the first leg.
rally against
Josh
him.
Payne.
Josh Payne's coming out and rallying here. 15 dart leg there to open proceedings. That's a breaker throw.
Second leg is Josh to throw first.
Josh is looking to get this
Game
group
on.
wrapped up, or at least his qualification from it.
Well, he's made things today a little bit more complicated than they needed to be through missed doubles. Interestingly,
180.
in the break, you both said it pretty much at the same time. At some point, he's going to give someone
140.
an absolute gubbing.
And he's starting to fix up and look sharp.
$78.
What a tune that is. Been a bit of a labour of love so
100.
far today.
It's interesting when I came through and you said about the players in the practice room that they'll probably be finding it all the time. They go up there and it doesn't really happen. And as I came through, Steve Haggerty said to me, he goes, Matt, what's going on here? Like, and he pointed to the board and he had the 180 in. He said, why can I do it in here? I said, well, we'll just move the cameras in here if you want. We'll just do it in the practice room.
There's cameras in there. Security cameras. Double 16 for a beauty.
Game shot
wow,
the second leg.
The best of Josh Payne, a 143 out and a 12 dart hold, confirming the break in leg one.
So look, it's Steve to throw first.
Don't think we'll have too much trouble though. On Saturday night, Josh Payne, Lucas Venig in the lineup. They're not going to be.
We won't need the half a dozen security we have here.
Not going to mess with those two.
$57.
Mentioned in the last game that Josh played that he's got really high ceiling. He's running over the 100 average here. 105 average has been over 8 times already this year in this type of format.
100.
113.49 against what has arguably been called the tightest man in darts, Alan Tabben.
97.
Steve Haggerty at the moment just trying to cling on.
60.
Yes, an electric start from Josh Payne.
Being ran ragged, isn't he? It's Steve Raggerty at the minute.
100.
With 2 legs in, he's had 3 scores of between a ton and 139, 4 at 140 pluses, 1 180, and 143 out. 2 out of 4 on the doubles.
$58.
That level of play is going to cause anybody a few dramas. Oh, just to the right. Makes the adjustment beautifully.
83.
Just to remind you what this means to the players, to Steve, this is pride, this is trying to win, this is trying to battle for another day. For Josh, this is a chance to go through to Saturday's final where he'll be in a lineup with a £5,000 prize fund.
18 leaves tops for another ton pluser.
75.
Yeah, for Steve Haggerty here, it's just thinking,
Steve, you require 40.
It's all about just winning games and beating good players, and you know, getting a win over
on the third
Josh here would make him feel
Haggerty.
a whole lot happier about his play so far in the Super Series.
4th leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
Taking sculpts, isn't it? And rebuilding.
And pride as well. Dart players, we don't want to lose at any stage to any player, and especially when there's a camera on. You know, I could be up there against my own mum, and I'd want to beat a 10-0 and make sure she doesn't go dart at a double.
Yeah, I think that's in our nature, even now. And although I don't play anymore,
98.
You know, in any kind of serious environment, even playing in a little local league in Tiverton in Devon on a Thursday night, it's, you know, double start. 301 sometimes, you still want to win. Still don't like losing a leg.
99.
Double start starts next week, Monday.
Yep.
World Grand Prix. Wide open field. I think this is possibly the most open major. Not just because of the double start format, but also the form line of the players. There's so many people with question marks. There's people that have just found form, such as Dave Chisnell, who just won the European Tour recently as well.
And it follows the same qualifying criteria as the match play, doesn't it?
Yeah, only 1 player difference. So that was Roby John Rodriguez dropping out, being replaced by Ross Smith.
137.
You've got the top 16 in the order of merit, and then the next best 16 players in World Darts. Is it done over the 1 calendar year?
So you've got a 2-year system and a 1-year system. So essentially what I'm saying is the top 16 players in the world against the top 16 in-form players in the world, using that 2-year and that 1-year system. So
that's why those tournaments tend to produce the best darts we see. I do love the match play for that reason, and the Grand Prix as well, of course.
100.
But I agree, I've changed my mind. Well, if I changed my mind once about who I think is going to win it, I've changed it 10 times. I like MVG at 7s.
96.
Boyles. think Peter Wright could well be. I think you picked on something that's I never really thought about before. He's not a rhythm type player, so the double start won't affect him at all.
No, absolutely. And Peter Wright's one of them. I did my prediction on YouTube and I broke it down on feeling. And on feeling, it looked like Peter Wright was going to take it. However, wouldn't be surprised to see him lose to Kim Ibrox in the opening round. Yep. And that's bonkers to say when you're saying, oh, this guy could win it, but he could lose round one.
Well, that first round is always a potential banana skin. Look at the defeats Phil Taylor had over the years in early rounds. Adrian Gray was one of them.
80.
Painter.
Steve, you've 161.
Andy Calaby, that was one I was thinking about because it is double in and it's only the best of 3 sets in the opening round.
90.
That's serious cutthroat darts. One of those real memorable games. Remember Andy Jenkins against Mark Durbridge?
71.
Andy Jenkins was in absolute control, and Dubby, I think he took in 10 darts to get away, didn't he?
28
darts, yeah.
Joshua
You're going to be getting a text in a minute from Jenks.
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those that happens in sport, doesn't it?
Correct.
16 is the shot.
92. Stevie required
So
43.
to stay in the match. Just in the 3. That's a great guide for him.
3.
Oh, he's edged closer.
Joshua required 40.
The tops to wrap up. A very, very good performance.
Game shot on the match.
It is a 17-darter. Winning legs there for Josh. 15, 12, 13 and 17. The highlight. Beautiful 143 out, 60, 51, 32, 50% on the doubles, 98.6 is the average. Josh Payne moves on to 14 points plus 12. He's in tomorrow night's final with Lucas Bennick. When we come back, will be a really, really big match between Davy Proosten and Thibault Tricole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and it's congratulations to Josh Payne, who we are going to see tomorrow night in the final, courtesy of a 4-1 victory over Steve Haggerty. And what a performance it was from the man they call the maximum. 98.6 average, 4 from 8 on the doubles. And who can forget that fantastic 1-4-3 checkout along the way as well. Steve Haggerty with an average of 86.1. That was in the 90s for the vast parts of that game before just turning off a little bit towards the end. Let's have a look then at what that result does to the league table. As we know now, Josh Payne will be with us tomorrow night in the final. The next one's going to be an absolute crucial one between Tricole and Proosten. Tricole, as you can see, in second spot, although a win for the Dutchman would see him level on points with the Frenchman. So it's a really, really crucial battle to end the third round of fixtures. And our commentary team have been bugging me all morning for a musical link. So here we go. I don't care if Monday's blue, Tuesday's grey, Wednesday too, Thursday, I don't care about you. It's Friday and we love the darts.
Very, very good, Henry. That was definitely out before you were born. He's got to be a karaoke fan, hasn't he? Got to be.
Well, this is the biggest game of the day so far. Tricole gets this win here, and he becomes massive favourite to take that second
Davey
space.
to throw first.
Josh Payne has took the top spot as we expected. Davy Proosten wants to stay in the running. He has to win. If he does not win this game, the marker pen is coming out.
140.
Yeah, they're both aware of the importance of this one. Davey starts with a 140, and look at the response.
180.
Well, I thought this one would be a little edgy and nerves would take over.
140.
Not so far. As we've seen before, Davey likes to play Thibault. He just maybe likes the rhythm and the tempo of the match.
140.
Played each other 4 times, obviously, this week, because both these started their campaign in Group A.
Yep.
It's 2-2 on the head-to-head stats for this week. It was a 4-2 victory
57.
for Thibault Tricole. Then a 4-3. But the most 2 recent meetings, yesterday and Wednesday, was victories for Davy Proosten.
140.
4-2 and
164.
4-2.
Yeah, and it was a much improved version, of course, of Davey, but this is a beautiful leg. 180, 140, 140 from Thibault. 41 after 9, a possible
98.
11 darter.
41. $25. Davey requires 66.
Double trouble for the Frenchman.
This would smart a little.
26.
Thibault
Thibault
back, 3 in hand.
requires 16.
He's had 2 darts to break already. He likes it in this area of the
Games
board.
on the
He
first
loves
leg.
it now.
Thibault Tricole.
Loves it even more. 13 dart breaker throw to get this one underway. We did like the 1 to 2, as we
Thibault to
mentioned
throw first.
at the previous game about Tricole. Felt that he
140.
would handle the occasion a little better. Because defeat here
96.
for Davey, and his race could be run. What a start this is to the match.
140.
I know it's early, but it's only an indication, but he has hit the stage running.
60.
And actually, I'm just casting my eye back over previous results. That front 9 in the last game for Tricole was like this, right up there. 2 trebles a throw.
60.
Certainly found his scoring boots, and I think he's got his running boots on as well, because he's motoring around that stage with a pace and a
140.
A purpose we've not seen yet from him.
161.
Focus, a determination.
Yeah, a bit of urgency to his play.
95.
That was a 2 treble visit. One that he didn't want, one that he did. And there's no pressure coming back this time.
85.
No, that was a great
Thibault
last start.
requires 66. Game
This
shown the
is a game
second
about
leg.
one man at the minute.
Thibault Tricole.
Even though both of these have qualification opportunities, that big leg advantage for
Well, it's
Thibault
Davy to
Tricole
throw
is
first. Game on.
extending, and Davy's hopes are just dwindling away.
He's currently, well, prior to this match, plus 11. And
180.
that's a second 180 of the match. One apiece in that column.
His hopes are dwindling away, but he's certainly brought his game. He's playing the best starts
140.
we've seen of him so far.
And that is echoed in those numbers. And back to back
180.
180s for Davey. Well, Mr. Edgar, are you going to get your first 9?
59.
Got 9 yesterday
Davy
off of
require
Davy Prins.
141.
Is Davy Proosten going to give us a proper one? No. But the most important thing for Davy here
63.
is winning the leg.
Yeah.
Because it was starting to run away from him. Starting to fear the worst for Davy, and then back-to-back 180s is
92. Davy
proper
requires
quality, proper
78.
bounce-back ability.
Yeah, agreed. 20 and tops for a 12 dart holder throw.
58.
He will be back.
Why did that ever make the dictionary? Bounce-back ability.
100. Davy required 20.
It was a Woodellism, wasn't it?
16. Thibault require
Well,
110.
You mentioned a shot stinging. This would sting.
$94.
One dart for 3
Davy
nil.
require 4.
Oh, it would have been in his mouth. 2s never lose. Ooh, up in the madhouse.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well,
Davy
ended up
Proosten.
a 17 darter, but not before a scare for Davy. One missed dart at a double.
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw first.
Thibault to take a commanding 3-0 lead. The averages
60.
being maintained in the ton plus department from Thibault Tricole. Did have a 101 yesterday, of course, against our
45.
current leader, Josh Payne.
Said a Woodellism. I saw one on Twitter. The PDC put a tweet out
100.
yesterday advertising the World Grand Prix, and it was Dennis Prusy doing a 125, and he hit the ball, he hits a 25, he's blocked it completely.
85.
And the line was Houdini covered in Vaseline. Couldn't get this one in.
Genius. He was a
58.
wordsmith.
To do that sort of thing live as well, like one of my favourite
30.
lines from the wrestling was from The Rock when he had a blindfolded, stuck in the basement Stevie Wonder. But obviously he had time to rehearse that one. Where
125.
Yeah, when I first started working with Sid in the 90s, and I would go through. I thought he's got to have all this written down, surely somewhere. Nothing. Only some sort of previous results and matches. And
158.
he's got to have it all written down. Where is it coming from? And it was just
58.
a mind of his that used to run riot.
Houdini covered in Vaseline. It's brilliant, isn't it?
139. Thibault require 100. Game show on the fourth leg. Thibault Tricole.
Tumblers finishing the last one. That was the 110. Was for a 3-0 lead. No messing this time.
Fifth leg, it's
Double
Davy
20
to throw
tops,
first.
100 finish.
Game on.
He's now just one leg away from making himself very strong favourite. But joining
60.
Josh Payne coming through Group C.
Another one that's happened as well,
140.
about the atmosphere. It's so tense. If Elvis walked in with a portion of chips, you could hear the
100.
vinegar sizzle on them. That was a favourite.
28. 45.
And my personal favourite, of course, about Eric. When Alexander was 33, cried salt tears because there was no more worlds to conquer. Bristow was only 27. That, of course, on the back of winning the worlds in 84, 85 and 86.
180.
Another Max.
60.
Third of the game, the fourth
Davey
in total, 3-1
116.
in that column to Davy Proosten. And because of that 180s, give himself a little bit of breathing room
28.
that allows him to make a mini mistake like this. But Tricole's going to want to be within touching distance here.
This is one you'd like. Steve Beaton. He's not Adonis.
30.
He's the Donis.
Davey require 88. 40.
No finish for Thibault. Davey is making a right mess of this at the end. He wanted 116 points and after 6 darts he's still
Davey
not down to a double.
48.
7 darts to negotiate, leaving the double.
8.
And he might have
Thibault
just
require 88.
got himself marker penned here. If Thibault Tricole can take out the 88. 2 14s.
Go.
And that is
Shot on
all
the
she wrote for
match.
this match. It
Thibault
looked highly
Tricole.
unlikely that we was going to get it done 4-1. Well, a bit of a mess at the end of that one for Davey, and that's the end of his week in terms of qualifying through for Saturday. Thibault Tricole is in a very strong position to qualify. We said that was the biggest game of the day so far. He takes it 4 legs to 1. Coming up next, Steve Haggerty, Dave Prince.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, which is coming to you from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. And what a pivotal victory that could be for Thibault Tricole against Davy Proosten in that last match. We could see right at the very end what it meant to him, a real show of emotion from the French touch. 93.34 was his average in that 4-1 victory against the Dutchman. 50% on his doubles as well. A really, really impressive display. 3 maximums for Davy Proosten, but it was the doubles which came to be his downfall in the end. Let's have a look then at what that does to the league standings. Josh Payne, as we know, is already through, and Thibault Tricole is pretty much there, you would say. So we're going to see what's going to happen in our next match. It's the 2 players at the bottom of the table, but there is still plenty to play for as they look to get as many points on the board as they possibly can and finish as high as they possibly can. Let's hand back to our commentary team then. It is Matthew Edgar and first, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yep, playing for pride at this stage. Steve Haggerty and Dave Prins, they go 5-6, each of 2. Interesting, that, Matt.
I think when you look at it, I don't think either's shown anything enough consistently to say that you could really find anything to split them. So I agree with the bookies play there, just saying take your pick if you want to play.
I mean, your money is usually staying in your pocket. I suppose it is in this one as well, isn't it?
This is going to be a big fan of you by the end of this week.
Blood and
Hey, first,
stones.
it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Be
100.
growing the Alan Tavern reputation all of a sudden.
Disappointing with your
80.
vast wealth you've acquired with your platform on YouTube. How many views have you done in total on there now? Do you know?
About 8.3 million.
Wowzers. Wow. Like a pound for every view, mate, wouldn't you?
100.
Like 20 pence for every viewer with those sort of numbers.
Yeah, they are brilliant. Fair play.
180.
Just shows the interest, though, that there is for darts
Yep.
and
And a different type of content, and especially the type of videos you do, which puts a
140.
slightly different spin on
Stevie
things.
Require
It's sort of
81.
looking from the inside out.
it just brings things to life. We see numbers, we see results, but
What do they mean?
41.
what does it mean? What does it mean to the players? What does it mean to the system, to people above them in the rankings, below them, qualification for things? It just explains everything in. You don't have to go looking for the information. It just
60.
maps it all
Stevie
out for you.
Require 40.
And from someone there who's been through it and gone through the process. Understands the
No
emotions
score.
involved.
Davy Require
And how tough it
121.
is.
Understands all the bits between. These are 2 players that didn't produce yesterday, and we saw him leave here yesterday at about 2:30 in the afternoon. You see him come
45.
back on stage again around
Stevie
9:30.
Require 40.
There's a lot that goes on in that period of time,
Yep.
and it can feel
Game
like
shot
a
the
very long
first
time.
leg. Steve Haggerty.
As you mentioned, the nature of this, they're all staying in different
Second leg, it's
types of
Dave to throw
accommodation.
first. Game on.
Some may choose to meet up with a couple of lads and go out and have dinner. Others will just stew in their room.
85.
It's all about this one as well. Is getting that sleep pattern right. How did you? Are you a big sleeper?
I really struggle.
100.
I've been on the road since 2011, and I still struggle with it. Like when I'm away, I just snooze. I'm up and awake. Like every hour, 2 hours, I wake up all the time. I've never cracked that one.
No, I was used to
100.
frustrate me rooming with some players that can literally just sleep. Kevin Painter can just sleep and sleep and sleep.
On choice,
55.
just
Yeah,
it's time to go to bed. Gone.
yeah,
Yeah.
The night before a big TV tournament, I'd be in all sorts of trouble, which probably got me in all sorts of trouble because I'd go out. That was the only way I could get a little bit of sleep.
95.
Or not. But of course, that catches up with you in the end.
$100.
I'd literally take enough Zopiclone to put a rhinoceros to sleep and I'd still be awake.
Dave, you require 116.
Could it put a mouse to sleep?
Yeah, a smell of it would put a mouse to sleep. If it was just in my pocket, it would probably put you to sleep.
86.
Yeah, insanely strong stuff, but my brain was a little broken
140. Dave, you require 30.
It just wouldn't switch off.
You're wondering
Game
on the
shot in the second
reference of the
leg.
mount. If you missed
Dave
us last
Prins.
night, you missed 6 fully grown men huddled round each other.
Hiding behind a door
So look at Steve to throw first.
because of a mouse about 25 millimeters long. It was hilarious.
59.
There were some big units in the players' room last night. They weren't having none of it.
41.
I just want to see it make an appearance behind Owen and see his reaction when he notices it's there.
To run across his shoes.
90.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, that could be quite a bit on the stage because he does have quite big shoes.
Yeah, he does. Big plates. Must have been where the
100.
reference to the Stuart come from. Henry, Stuart Little. He subconsciously knew
100.
there was a mouse present.
There we take a look at the base of Owen there. He must have good eyesight. Quite far away from the board, so he doesn't come in the inclusion zone with
100.
his shoes.
$95.
Just returned from a wonderful holiday in Dubai, as Owen, where he had a rare bit of time off. He is, of course, works on the Pro Tour, and he's one of the official markers on the Euro Tour and TV stages.
98. Steve, you require 157.
Will be the next one in line, no doubt, following in the footsteps of Hugh Ware and Kirk and
97.
Charlie Coulstefine, who's also getting his opportunities now.
Recently did a Euro tour, didn't he,
Yep.
Charlie? And I believe he called a game at the UK Open as
105.
well. Yep.
Steve, you require 60.
Gotta bring them in, and
50.
another thing that the PDC
Dave, you
think about a
require
system of how do
57.
we get our next generation of referees.
Well, the talent that's been on show here in all departments.
Game shot in the third leg. Dave Prins.
And back-to-back legs for Dave Prins. That one is a breaker throw. We've also got Marco Meyer
Well,
as well,
it's
of course,
Dave
the
to throw first.
Dutch
Game on.
referee.
$100. $100.
Dave Prins has a big journey ahead of him, 670 miles round trip. A couple of wins will make that feel a little bit more worthwhile. And
60.
you're not going to want to go back and go down your locals and be around your friends after something like this, depending the type of company you keep.
180.
It's almost like an air of embarrassment, almost, isn't there? When
Yeah.
you
Yeah, there is. So it's a good point. Like you say, if you've got friends like mine,
58.
you don't need enemies.
you always
140.
need that friend that'll just tell you how it is, don't you? Just
Yeah, I'm that guy, so it's karma, isn't it? It's been a good series of
136.
visits.
Steve, you require
Ton
81.
180, 140 from Haggerty. Bull.
33. Dave, you
Yesterday
require
on a 147.
147.
We hadn't seen one here. Hadn't seen one at the British Open. And right on cue, the jester, Mark Selby, pops one in. Ooh, I thought Dave Prins was going to do one.
91. Steve, you require 48.
You're Steve.
We'd have had a 9 and a 147 from Dave Prins. We'll have that debate, which is harder.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Good
Steve
leg.
Haggerty.
15 darter from Steve Haggerty. Levels things up and breaks back instantly.
as a dart player, when Christmas comes, you got that bit of time
Steve
off.
to throw
and
first.
Given that period, it's a good time to reflect. And you sort of look back at the year and
58.
you think about what you've done. I think when we get to that point, I think Steve Haggerty is going to have very mixed emotions. Because I reckon the start of the year, if you'd say to him, you're going to take a Challenge Tour title, you're going to play on some Pro Tours, you're going to appear in the Super Series,
100.
he would have absolutely bit your hands off at that. But because that Challenge Tour title came so early in the season,
And came with its own pressure.
96.
exactly, I think maybe we're in a situation here where Steve probably feels like this year's not been as good because of the timing of the achievements.
Yeah, if the win would have came in
85.
the last month or so, it put a totally different spin on the year.
I think the key point here is, I know Steve watches these sort of things back,
85.
is to actually take the achievements out of this year. We said pick the positives out. There are a lot of things in there that at the start of the year he would have 100% had as goals, and he's achieved them.
Absolutely. And it's
95.
year one effectively, isn't it? And that's what you got to do, break it down. Next year, it's obviously he'd be going for that tour card.
134.
That doesn't come, then win twice on the Challenge Tour. I think it's easy to forget in this sport because, as you said, it all sort of blends into one. I remember winning what the equivalent is of a Pro Tour 1 week and then going to Northern Ireland and winning a ranking event over there, and it all happened within 7 days, and it, you know.
Sometimes
92.
progression
Dave, you require 121.
isn't always just going in an upwards curve. Sometimes it's finding consistent. You say there about winning 2 Challenge Tours, but actually if next year he could win a Challenge Tour again and confirm that he's a Challenge Tour winner over 2 different seasons, that's progression.
Yeah, absolutely.
2 years to take a title on both.
81. Steve, you require 36.
And I think we all fall in that trap of, I want more, I want more. We all want it yesterday.
I'd have liked more money when I won mine. It was 3.5 grand in
27.
total for winning both. And I
Dave, you require
think
40.
it's for winning the sort of equivalent nowadays is about 35.
Well, there'll be another bedroom on the house, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, certainly would. I'd have been
14.
the deposit on the
Steve, you
Bentley.
require 9.
You really got in for this Bentley, haven't you?
I'm definitely having one, mate. Next year.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
You're going to get a motorbike
Steve
and a
Haggerty.
haircut with that as well?
No, no. I did used to love motorbikes, but I fell off them a little bit too frequently. So I used to
Dave
bounce
to throw
back then. I don't
first.
think I'll
Game
bounce
on.
very well now. Just more go down with a bit of a thud. Might get a
85.
fake tan and dye my hair blonde, if that's what you mean.
Tattoo.
58.
Or on my face or something, or my neck. A neck tattoo, that's a bit of a favourite. Get Get some of them jeans that are too tight and too short.
82.
No socks.
Are you describing Scott Williams?
95.
Definitely won't be getting some Paul Nicholson socks like he wears. Wouldn't mind his right arm though.
40. 100.
One's just slightly getting away from Dave Prins, but
100.
important visit there.
Got 5 more games to come your way.
60.
Thibault Tricole looks like he's got that second space tatted up, but he does have to face Josh Payne, and we've seen Josh Payne can cause damage in that legs department.
134.
Thibault at the moment has actually got a superior leg difference to that of Josh Payne. He's on plus 14 on 12 points.
84.
Josh
Davey
on 14
requires
points
60.
plus 12. See that very often, do we? Especially into the latter stages of the group.
50. Stevie require 104.
I mean, we look at Tricole today, 4-0 over Haggerty, 4-1 over Prins, and 4-1 over Proosten.
84.
Well, we've had a bit of a music theme and
you require 10.
very nearly Motown with the full tops there from Haggerty to wrap it up 4-2.
Game shown the sick flag.
And he just won't
Dave
go away.
Prins.
In this one, a 20 dart. Hold a throw. Takes us all the way.
7 from final against Steve to throw first.
Steve has the honour. Can he take advantage?
81. 96.
That's a third.
180.
180 in the match for Steve Haggerty. It's a fine one. Dave Prins would have loved one here.
99. 60.
Good cushion in this leg.
That's all you want, isn't it? Just a bit of breathing space.
Exactly. Good thinking here as well here from
133.
Not staying down wasn't. Could have been trouble. 20 to leave 170.
Started giving a bit of praise there for
40.
the counting, and then went the other way.
Like the 719s now, because that will leave tops.
59. Stevie require 140.
To do it in style.
I think he had a nice
100.
lie there, an argument
Maybe
he could have just slid one
140.
alongside.
Well, he's at 3 180s and 3 140s, so he's adept to finding 2 trebles.
He said, though, do it in style. He's trying to do it in the ultimate style.
78.
Now, though, is just find
Stevie
one
required
double,
40.
one dart. He'll get another win. Another tick in the W column.
Game shot on the match.
You can see
Steve Haggerty.
the relief for Steve Haggerty as he moves on to 6 points. It's a win over Dave Prins. Decent enough average there for Steve Haggerty. 86.34, 3 180s. As I said, picks up a further 2 points. Coming up next, it's France against Davey.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen victory for Steve Haggerty against Dave Prins in a deciding leg 4-3. These are the match stats on that particular fixture. An 86.34 average and 3 maximums was what did it for Haggerty in the end, as well as a 25% checkout ratio. Let's have a look then at the table in the company of Matt Edgar Prime Time. We know that Josh Payne is through. We are going to see him in tomorrow night's final, and we could have the field confirmed following the conclusion of this game. Thibault Tricole in a very strong position on 12 points. He'll be watching proceedings in our next match between Franz Roetzsch and Davy Proosten very carefully indeed. The players in 3rd and 4th in the table. Davy Proosten now cannot go through. He's been eliminated from the process. However, Davy can send Thibault through, and if he beats Franz Roetzsch, it'll be like a Stevie Wonder song. Signed, sealed, delivered.
There's an old expression, and they say that the league table never lies, and I think that is a very true statement when we look at this league table so far. Josh Payne and Thibault Tricole have been head and shoulders by far the best 2 players, the most consistent players, and have also hit that highest ceiling of any of the players in this group so far. So they rightly are taking up those top 2 places, and it's the leg difference as well when you look at that, plus 12, plus 14. They are major numbers, and it just shows the dominance that the 2 players have had in this group.
Very quickly, who wins this next match?
Oh.
I know it's hard to say with the players actually up there.
Do I have to say it quietly? It's true. Franz has, like I say, he's got to get the win. Davy's playing a bit more fluently at the moment. I think the safest thing to do here is sit on the fence and say it's going to be a game that goes all the way.
Splinters from Prime Time. Splinters. Chris, there's definitely none in the commentary box, is there?
Absolutely not, Henry. You know me better than that. Yeah, I agree. I think the match has legs. And both have inconsistencies. Interestingly, it's been priced up as Franz being the 4-7 favourite, Davey 5-4. Actually think Davey may get the better of Franz. I think he will deal with the occasion a little bit better. Franz will be still thinking there's a chance he may catch Thibault. A win here. He will go within 2 points, or both players will go within 2 points of Thibault Tricole.
25. $85. 100.
What were the odds at the beginning of the day in this one?
We had Franz at 8 to
60.
15, Davey 11 to 8.
And it went 4-7, Franz, 5-4, Davey. I think he may manage the situation a little better than Franz. Franz has looked
100.
a little vulnerable when he's been put under it, and he will. Well, they both still have that little bit of belief that
100.
mathematically they can catch Thibault, but that leg difference is going to be a key factor. Both have 2 games to go, so a maximum of 4 points. Davey's
60.
currently -4, Franz +3. They'd have to. Either one has to win
85.
big, and I just can't see either one winning big.
From what we know about Davey and the things we've seen and the conversations we've both had with him, he's a very thinking person. He will be well aware
60.
that his opportunity to get through this group is now gone.
Yep.
And he'll be aware that he gets a bit of freedom now, and it's just
57.
serving out his fixtures in the best way possible. And
Well, trying to ensure, of course, a return back, which I'm sure he will. We've certainly seen enough good stuff from him. He sort of
45.
righted the wrongs
Davy require
of the opening couple of days where he
114.
did really struggle, as did Gavin Carlin, and he's bounced back really well.
there he's been very strong for getting through Group B and booking himself a place in the final.
58.
Final tomorrow night.
Require 111.
Why don't you join us? Dartshop.tv to reserve your tickets. It's free. Enjoy a night at the darts, up close and personal.
28.
You will not
Davey
be
required
disappointed.
56.
It is a absolutely tremendous venue.
No score. Franz require
Those tables at the back
83.
will be full tomorrow night. People coming in enjoying the darts.
Yep. And if you do enjoy a
Game shot the first leg.
what a clutch finish that was.
Franz Roetzsch.
It was in 24 darts. And if you do enjoy a sherbet, they're cheaper than spoons.
Second leg is Davy to throw
Way
first.
cheaper.
Game on. $100.
Better than a night at the darts and a bit of fun.
100. $45.
I won't be here tomorrow night, but I've been here on a Saturday night before, and I don't think when it comes through on your screens, I don't think it translates just how
26.
good those nights are. As I say, like the atmosphere is so close, and it's such a tight-knit environment that it's sort of
140.
an atmosphere I've never really experienced before.
Yeah, it's very old school where they give you the best of order while you're throwing and they get involved in between, which is what it used to be. It's really enjoyable.
140.
Really enjoyable environment to play in because you're given the best of order, but also given great support.
40.
You'll be able to let us know what it'll be like, won't you, in a couple of weeks when you're in your week?
Yeah, from the balcony watching and working.
125.
Oh, Sid Waddell would come out with some kind of miracle quote if I managed to find my way through to a Saturday night's final.
110. 90.
Can you use that
Davey
all
required
week?
36.
Still not sold on it, but worked more often than not for him.
Game shot on the second leg.
Davey
Davy Proosten.
left it late, but it is a leg on the board, an 18-dart hold, and that will make him feel
Delegates France to throw
whole
first.
lot better.
Game on.
the closer and longer this match goes, the more pressure will be under this man.
60.
The more times we've seen him flicker.
$81.
A throw of Davy Proosten. Looks like it would stand up a little better under pressure. Just that little bit less deliberate.
140.
Case in point.
180.
He could have shut his eyes there, couldn't he?
Yeah,
The first one went in and he just followed it.
just replicated the throw.
The throw sped up. That is where we see these blind
60.
180s
Yeah, well,
come through
they're
and
not blind, are they? But, you know, I know what you mean.
they look away 180
Yeah,
after they've thrown it.
yeah. You want to really impress me, just put a blindfold
80.
on and hit a 180, then I'll...
I actually picked up on that because there's the argument when it happened before about the blind 180. And I actually put a full sheet of A4 paper over the board.
180.
Threw
Davey
10 sets of darts,
160.
and on the third throw, I hit the 180 over the paper.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Game shot.
oh wow,
the
what a
third
finish from
leg.
Davy Proosten.
Davy
A
Proosten.
160.
And a 180 in the leg as well. A 12-darter. Yeah, we used to do that at exhibitions.
Four-legged Davy to throw first.
Back in the day,
Game
and
on.
the ref would just have a piece of paper handy and then just hold it over the ball. Well, you know where the ball is, but when you have your eyes covered, that's a
96.
completely different ball game because you just lose your whole sense of direction. I think of one of the fun spoof things they've done that the
57.
PDC, haven't they? With a group of the Premier League players, they've made them do all sorts of fun and games.
Yeah, and if you're
60.
sat at home now and you want to know what's just stand up off your sofa, off your chair, not your workstation. Just stand on one leg and close your eyes.
140.
A lot harder to keep that centre of mass over that balance point with the eyes closed, and you'll tend to find you a little bit wobbly.
Yep.
And once you've done that, just
100.
put one finger in your right ear, hand on top of your head.
Yeah, circle clockwise with your hand on your head and anti-clockwise with your hand on your belly. And then hit a 180. But yeah, the beauty of doing that covered bullseye is when the ref
60.
pulls it away and,
Punch rock 124.
and it's in there. It always causes quite a great reaction from the crowd. Like a lot of the shots that were
92.
regarded as exhibition shots, the double stuff and all that that's hit with regularity now, it's more of a more percentage
30.
play, where back then it was
Points required,
exhibition
32.
shots, wasn't it?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Oh, great
Franz
response.
Roetzsch.
13 dart break back. This one's building up to be quite a tasty
Fifth
tie.
leg is France to throw first.
We talk about taking positives.
Game on.
What Davey's going to try and do here is he's going to try and build himself sort of a highlight reel. Something he can go back and maybe clip up some moments and get some positives from this week. So
60.
he might not be taking £5,000, but he might take 2-3 minutes worth of footage of good moments. And that 160, the 180s, those sort of things.
140.
Absolutely, yeah.
Keep and
A 12 darter is definitely going in the highlight reel with a 160 and a 180 out. Clip that up, put it on your socials. Get a bit of positive feedback from friends and family. Always makes you
100.
feel good. I don't like it when the players put something negative up about their experience, and it's, oh, don't worry, good luck and everything. It's all negative. Take the positive, and there's another one. Another bit of positivity.
Well, even then, it's a positive negative, isn't it? Because someone's trying to be positive for you, but they're talking about the negative. Oh, don't worry about that, or forget about this. I've already forgot about that. I want to focus on this.
Yeah.
Focus on that 160. Focus on the 180. Focus on the games he's played well.
Yeah, and just take away, look, I can do it. You know, he just did a 180 and a 160 out in a leg, a 12 darter. I can do it. The next evolution will be doing it with more regularity.
116. Game show on the 5th leg.
There's another one for the highlight reel. Back-to-back 12 dart winning legs for Davey. Leg 3 was the 12 dart with the 160.
Game on.
And it was a 13 from Franz, and that was a 12 dart
140.
break again.
If he gets too many of these, he's going to have to stop in the shop on the way down to get an SD card so he can put all these highlights on.
$100.
Most of these players have been here all week. It's the 5th day of action.
140.
25 matches they would have played by the end of this, so they'll certainly be ready for a little bit of time off at the end of this. Just a day or two, because like we keep saying, you don't have long. You've got to start getting ready for that next event, because coming into the back end of the year, you know, people call it silly season. There's darts pretty much all the time. He was mentioning about that one Thursday night that's coming up in the next couple of months, where there's going to be about 4
120
TV productions all going out at the same time.
Yeah, that one Thursday night next year in February, on the one night, we will have the World Seniors, the Premier League, the WDF, and the Super Series, all transmitting on television on various different platforms. BT, Eurosport, Sporty Stuff, and Sky Sports.
Go back to your day, you didn't get 4 TV tournaments a
year. Exactly. Never mind 4 events on in one night.
45. Davey required 24.
This could be all over in this game.
The match.
And all over
Davy
for Franz's
Proosten.
hopes of going through to Saturday's final. We will see them one more time this week, coming up in the last round of fixtures. But for this one, it's a victory for Davy Proosten. And the next game we see Josh Payne take on Thibault Tricole. That is first versus second.
So we now know the field for finals night from Group C as a consequence of that victory for Davy Proosten against Franz Roetzsch, the German. A 4-2 victor, the Dutchman, with an average of 92.14, 4 from 7 on the checkouts. And 2 fantastic ton plus finishes, which culminated in 12 dart legs, including that brilliant 160, which I'm sure we're going to see again and again and again. Let's have a look then at the table and what it does to it. Thibault Tricole then is through on 12 points. His superior legs difference is enough to get him into tomorrow night's final. So many congratulations goes to him. He's going to join Josh Payne in that finale tomorrow night, where they'll be playing for the £5,000 top prize. You can join us as well here at the Super Series tomorrow evening. Tickets are still available for our showpiece finale, £5 and available on dartshop.tv. And you're going to be seeing the 2 players that are on our stage now, Josh Payne and Thibault Tricole. This is almost like a victory lap here at the MODUS Super Series. So sit back, relax, and savour some superb darts in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. So we have 3 of our 6 confirmed for Saturday night. Lucas Venig, this man, Josh Payne, and his opponent here, Thibault Tricole. We await the 3 from this evening's Group B. You can watch all the action, of course, on Sporty Stuff TV and our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
So far, I dare say the right player went through Group A. The right players have gone through this Group C so far. Mike Gillett will probably feel a little bit hard
feels like
done
it's
by in
Josh to
Group
throw
B.
first. Game on.
Yeah, for sure. When you dissect the numbers a little bit, then yeah, he was very good last night. His average for
140.
The last game sort of let him down a bit, but those first 3 games, he was playing better than anybody has played all week.
140. $100. 60. 55.
So this group is all wrapped up now in terms of the qualification. Got 4 more games
60.
to go though. Josh Payne and Thibault Tricole taking each other on in this one. Then we've got a full round of fixtures still to go. So this one got wrapped up quite early. Davy Proosten will be back on the stage taking on Steve Haggerty.
180.
Dave Prins has got one more opportunity to put some positive vibes into his play. He takes on Josh Payne.
81.
And
Josh
Thibault Tricole
required
will be back
26.
again to take on Franz for the 5th time this week.
Yeah, they know each other very well at
80.
this stage.
To be require 160.
3-1 the head-to-head to that one. Thibault Tricole taking it 4-2, 4-1, 4-2.
78. Josh require 8.
And on Tuesday, Franz got a bit of
Game shot the
revenge with a
first leg.
4-1 victory over
Josh
Tricole.
Payne. Second leg, it's Thibault to
This
throw
was the
first.
standout game of yesterday, wasn't it? Thibault Tricole was, well, it's his best performance of the week, wasn't it? 101.79.
60.
Absolutely irresistible, wasn't he? And, well, in fairness, Josh Payne wasn't too far behind him, averaged 98, but barely got a sniff in the
80.
match.
We had 2 darts at a double with a 98 average. That
Yeah.
is to show the scoring power that Tricole was displaying in that one.
140.
This is one where, if you are Josh Payne, you want to get the win, just to plant that seed, because there's a very good chance there
95.
swords will cross tomorrow night, and he's just about having that one over. He was heavily beaten, as you mentioned yesterday.
100.
reverse that today.
Players, don't forget.
180.
That's perfect as a 180 you're ever going to see. All three bang in the centre of the treble.
All the points touching. You could have got those three in one of those round mints with a hole in.
Could have had another 20 darts in there, couldn't he? It was that packed.
48. To be required, 96. $56.
Josh
Just
Payne,
required,
a chance
98.
to double his lead. 60, double 19, 20. Well, depending on the lie, it could be 54, 24. But there's the treble, straight at it. He doesn't mind this double. We've seen him hit it a few times.
60. To be required,
A
40.
wry smile and a shake of the head. And big JP.
20.
Big
Just
shoes to
required,
fill.
38.
Big JP.
Wonder when we're going to see the original JP, John Part, down here at the Super Series.
30. TB required, 20. Game shot on the second leg.
Well, a real
Thibault
missed
Tricole.
opportunity for Josh Payne.
Delegate Josh to throw first.
Davy
Game on.
Proosten up next against Steve Haggerty. That could be a fascinating little tie. They go big on Davey, 4-9, 13-8 about Haggerty.
97.
Then Dave Prins against Josh Payne, 1-7, 4-1 Dave. And then the final match, Thibault Tricole, 8-15, Franz, 11-8. Not sure how much ambition Franz will have in that last match. Looked very disappointed to go down in the last one to Davy Proosten.
93.
But all in all, a pretty good debut here at the Super Series. Look forward to seeing him. That's what I like now, is
100.
we get to see them and then we don't see them then for, a good couple of months. And you can actually see the development and what they've improved and
93.
what they've learned. Because how often would you play this amount of matches in this environment under the lights against players of pretty much equal ability?
100.
It's a great school, great learning curve.
It's a game changer, isn't it? Changes everything.
60.
Oh, we've heard that so often. It's not just us spinning. It's what the players say. It's invaluable in the progression.
100. Joshua,
Of your time in the
158.
sport. You would have to wait and play a lot of years to get the amount of experience you can gain in
40.
a couple of months down here at the Super Series.
It's a crash
142.
course, isn't it?
Yeah.
And not only is it a crash course for experience, but you get a few pounds in the pocket while you're doing so.
Well, that's the most
110.
important thing for these
Joshua,
players. Remember,
180.
99% of them all have full-time jobs. And this could be the difference in affording to travel to ranking events
80.
and not going to ranking events.
Require 32.
Missed out.
Game shot on the third leg.
19 again.
Thibault Tricole.
Allows Tricole to step in with a 16-dart breaker throw. And in front for the first time.
Fourth leg, it's Thibault to throw first. Game on. 96.
It's going to be quite weird, isn't it? You've sat looking at that stage, you've walked on the stage, you've watching all these games, and then actually going up there and playing is going to be a weird feeling.
It is. Be eating a bit of humble pie.
59.
You're popping your head in because you know the sort of things we'll be saying. You best not be.
I won't be watching it back.
93.
Well, not unless I do a Davy Proosten and have a bit of a highlight reel. I'll be hoping to see it on Edgar TV.
You just hope someone clips it up for you so you don't have to watch the other bits.
96.
Watch the 22 dart legs instead of the 12s.
100, Joshua, 132.
66 leaves 66, doesn't it?
76. Thibault, 146.
We have another couple of hours tomorrow, and then out Tuesday with the lads, out Thursday with the lads, back down Saturday.
82, Joshua, required 56.
And then a quiet Sunday, waiting for Monday morning.
36.
Oh, he's having a doubling disaster here.
Thibault, you
1 from
require
10.
64.
Yeah, he's had opportunities in all the legs. He might have to go 3-1 down.
32.
Oh, could have won it
Joshua
4-0.
required 20.
Needs double 10 for 2s apiece. A bit of Desmond.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Uses that marker
Josh
dart
Payne.
perfectly. We do have a level game, and we are back on throw.
Fifth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
This is game 12. Does anything take your fancy in the last three?
140.
I think Proosten and Haggerty could produce.
100.
That could be a decent tie. Depending on this one, will depend a lot on what we see from
43.
Josh against Dave Prins. And I think Thibault Tricole could end up doing a bit of a job on Franz in our final match of the
41.
day.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the eye catcher if you're looking for a play.
He is
100.
backable at 8 to 15. Thibault Tricole in that one.
Well, I wrote down the odds at the start of the day. It was
81.
8 to 11 this morning, so clear signs of backability because it clearly is being backed.
Yep. Yeah, he's been backed in. I don't think you can get involved with the
120.
Prins and Payne game. He's 7 to 1 on. Josh Payne.
140. Josh required 98.
You can't even look at the pluses and minuses on the legs because you just we haven't seen it. But can you really write Dave Prins off in
Game
the
shot
first
on
to
the
four
fifth
to
leg. Josh Payne.
lose
Well,
that heavy?
Well, at the moment, Josh is hovering around the 87. And we've already seen a
Sixth leg, it's
couple of
Thibault to throw
occasions today.
first.
Dave Prins hovering around that number on multiple occasions.
He's done an 84 in his last game against Haggerty,
85.
85 against Franz, 81 and an 82. That says that he will get darts. And I certainly won't want to be watching them.
97.
No, he will be getting opportunities. And if they land, anything is possible.
60.
This is, as a punter, you've got to be wary of this going into these matches when they're dead rubbers. And all the players show great integrity here. aware of
180.
What's expected from them. I mean, look how hard these two are going at it, and they're both through.
100.
They could, with all due respect, just go through the motions here. But both are absolutely on it.
100.
Do you have a favourite for the week?
100. Joshua,
Hard to look past Fennig at the
124.
moment. I've been really, really impressed. I think if Josh Payne finds his A game, and he
85.
has experience of winning these weeks.
156.
He knows how to win them. I think he's won them
85. Josh
Three
requires
occasions
39.
previously. Stands him in good stead. Finding double 8 here.
23.
Put him in good
Davey
stead going in
requires
to tomorrow
71.
night. Great first start.
Game shot on the
Nothing wrong with the
flag.
second.
Thibault Tricole.
And as expected, this one is going to the wire. Some fun
Seventh
and
and
games
final
there,
against
is there?
Josh to throw first.
No laughing and joking.
You don't get that from Josh. All you get from Josh is win, win, win.
Yeah. Well, that will come down, of
96.
course, to the coaching he's received in that department over the years.
80.
They say about the risk in that Dave Prins game is a perfect example. There's a big void in the averages, but they're both sub 90.
140.
So the difference there is, you know, they're still having a 6th visit, aren't they? And sometimes 7th. So
Yeah, I won't be looking at 1 to 7.
no,
76.
an 82 from Prins would be enough to beat an 89.
You do get people that follow the short odds. If that is you, I'd advise against.
57.
There's not enough between them to suggest that you're not going to have to sweat for it.
55.
Much
Yeah, that
more.
one where you go out for a walk and then come back and look through your fingers at the result.
There's much more value out there, like Scott Baker tonight, 2 to 1 to take that group.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I do like that a lot.
140.
Yeah, I've certainly not written off Scott Baker's chances of not only just qualifying tonight, but winning tomorrow night. He's got that kind of game.
140.
Remember, the
Josh
6
requires
that qualify,
68.
we know 3. Further 3 this evening. They get split into 2 groups of 3. Play each other once, so you only get 2 matches.
Game shot
As
on
Josh
the
Payne
match.
finished things off
Josh
very
Payne.
tidily with a 15 darter against Thibault Tricole. A shake of the head from Thibault. I'm not sure if he thought he should have had more out of that one. Right man wins for me. 4 180s from Josh in the end. So that completes the 4th cycle of matches. All the players with 1 more to play, starting with Davy Proosten against Steve Haggerty.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Josh Payne won the top of the table battle against Thibault Tricole by 4 legs to 3. Well, there was a fantastic battle in there. I'm not sure there was as many breaks as my voice crack there, but it was a 90.66 average there. 4 maximums for the man nicknamed the maximum and 4 from 17 on the checkouts at a high out of 98 against Tricole, who averaged 85.43 himself and 3 from 7 on the doubles. We know that both players are through no matter what. This is how the league table lies, though. Josh Payne has opened up a 4-point lead. That means he is the victor. He is the winner of Group C, which gives him an advantage going into tomorrow night's finals. We'll also see Thibault there in our showpiece finale tomorrow night from 10 p.m. You can join us as well for the final, where you can see both of those players we saw in that last match. Head over to dartshop.tv to claim your £5 tickets, and you can even redeem that voucher behind the bar. What more would you like? So we are entering the final round of matches here in Group C at the Super Series. We kick off with Davy Proosten against Steve Haggerty. I'm off to get a cough suite, whilst Chris Mason and Matthew Edgar take over duties in the commentary box.
Yeah, bit of board management here, not from the players, from Owen, just getting things ready, getting things pristine. The players to start this game. Maybe Proosten, we said, was trying to get a bit of a highlight reel building that he can take back and enjoy. It's been a in and out week for him. If he can get a few highlights on the board and something to clip up. He took that 160. He's had quite a few tumblers finishes this week actually as well. And
well, he had 2 12 archers last time out, didn't he? One with the 160 out, the other with the 116 out. That'll definitely be making the highlight reel.
Steve Haggerty, he said, started the year very brightly, winning that Challenge Tour title, and he's sort of in the same sort of situation, isn't he? Where he's looking for something
Davey to throw first.
Take away with him.
He's had some
Game
good
on.
moments. For Davey, win here.
75.
Win here would confirm him as 3rd place finisher. Which I think when you finish in a group like this in 3rd place, it pretty much guarantees your return.
It's really good progress as well from where he was in Group A.
45.
Sure. Exactly that. You can say this exactly the same about Gavin Carlin. You come in here with little to no confidence
60.
after a tough period. Davey pretty much the same. Didn't pick up a win, did he, in day 1 of Group A?
No,
58.
Very little in. I think he got 3 wins, didn't he, in Group A? And then
Yeah, he picked up 1 win on Tuesday and 2 wins on
81.
Wednesday. Picked up 5 wins so far in this group. And that's the way we would look at it. The glass half
41.
full, mate. It's progress.
Exactly. That's what you've got to make all the time. Try and make these little micro progresses. You've also got to have a format that allows you to see them.
This does exactly that. That's the beauty of things like Dart Connect. Although you mentioned it earlier about not having a hiding place, even though events now, every dart is scrutinised unfairly at times.
60.
Say 1 leg in a best of 11 can
177.
sort of in the 80s, but then if you calculate, I don't know, the other 8 or 9 or 10 legs in the match, could have
64.
produced
Davey
absolute quality.
required 24. Game shot on the first leg.
That
Davy
one will be
Proosten.
omitted from the highlight reel. Well, I'll hold a throw in 20. I'll take those all day.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. 100. $85. 100.
See, Steve, let's get a little bit more consistent on the throw. Be a bit more erratic when trying to attack.
180.
Yep. Well, again, that's another element, isn't it? And another skill you have to learn.
45.
Control the emotion, isn't it? You don't have to be overly aggressive. We all fell into that trap, you know, especially myself when I'd go onto the tour and you'd pull a Raymond Van Barneveld, and you'd pull one of those big
100.
names, you'd think, I've got to do so much more. But a lot of the time, what you're actually doing is going to be enough to give yourself an opportunity.
It's taking them.
130.
You're not adding pressure because you're playing with a big name, but like you say, more often than not, you sort of, you know, I'm an avid watcher of the Pro Tour, and you see some players averaging 95, 97, 94, and they will come up against a big name, and those kind of numbers would have been enough.
97.
You can see that they've just basically
Davey requires
overplayed and
35.
overcomplicated the situation.
You don't have to win every single moment. And
Game
that's
shot
what
the
you get in the
second
habit of
leg.
doing. You try and
Davy
win everything. You try and
Proosten.
control everything. Davey is controlling this match. It's 2-0 up now, and that's a breaker throw.
Third against Davey to throw
Takes me back to
first.
another boxing comment
Game
by
on.
Deontay Wilder. May not have the greatest fundamentals in the world, but as he said, you have to be perfect for 36 minutes. I have to be perfect for 1 second.
80. $60.
Also found that you learn a skill to control matches.
140.
You know, when you're playing somewhere near your best, and you can pretty much tell within the first 9 or 12 darts, and all about forcing errors out of your opponent and
100.
controlling the match and the situation and the legs.
100. 135.
Remember with darts, when you hit a certain level, that tend to find that 95% of the game just cancel each other out.
59.
And
Davey
it just
requires
comes down to
46.
those little moments, setting up a shot, taking out a shot, hitting a 180 at the right time. The rest of the time, you just tend
30.
to find it's
Stevie
just
require 142.
sparring into gloves.
Yep. Davey,
92.
when he comes
Davey
back.
requires 16.
the 3-zip.
No score. Steve, you require 50.
Couldn't have been any closer apart from being in. Unlikely looking leg. A
10.
couple of throws ago, and he's done the same. Yep,
Davey
he's having a second
requires
look.
16.
We all do it, and I wonder if it's ever happened where, like, they've called it, and you looked in and actually that.
Game shot on the third leg. Davy
A few
Proosten.
I've thought they're in and gone up, and they're not. Especially playing in a local league where the lighting might not be the best, and you get a big shadow cast across the board.
60. $100.
It's solid from Davey. Probably going to leave the stage and say, where has this been all week?
180.
Yeah, he's in the mid-80s.
60.
He's in a really comfortable position here. He won't be too worried about this one.
100.
He knows he has the darts in the next.
$180. Steve,
That's got him right back in the leg. It's a second in the match. Oh, it's unlucky.
Yeah, 66 scored. Correct.
Literally the right side of the upright that separates
91. Davey require 161.
trebles.
64. Stevie requires 70.
He's another one of those for tops.
Game show on the
Put
fourth.
3 on the wire last time.
Steve
Puts one in
Haggerty.
between the wires this time and gets his first leg on the board in this one.
I like that because that's good muscle memory. He remembered the
Fifth leg
two
is
on
Davey
tops
to
and he
throw
just took a bit
first.
off of it.
Game on.
That was enough to find the tops.
Likely.
180.
The first dart that looked extremely likely. That is his third 180 in this match. The fourth in total. Steve
100.
Haggerty got one to his name as well. $100.
Backs it up with a ton. 180 points the lead.
140. 69.
Didn't feel with Davey. He's more concerned about what his opponent's doing and what score they're on. And that's something you have no control over.
125.
He's an overthinker.
Davey require 152.
Sometimes the
60.
simple answers
Stevie require
have simple
136.
questions. If you've got a simple question and a complicated answer, you've got Davy Proosten.
58. Davey require 92.
We know the story from earlier in the
56.
week when he turned it with
Davey
painted
requires
eggs.
78.
Yeah. He's nicknamed the Joker. 20 and tops. Is his muscle memory good here?
58. Davey require 36.
This is for the match.
Game shot and the match.
Takes him just one dart.
Davy Proosten.
And his week started in the worst possible way, but it's ended in the best possible way. Davy Proosten takes the victory. It's a 4-1 victory, and he ends his week with 2 points.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, which is coming to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Davy Proosten has rounded off his week here with a victory by 4 legs to 1 against Steve Haggerty, with an average of 89.19, 3 maximums to his name. He got better as the week got on, but maybe a little bit of a stutter on the Thursday has cost himself progression through the group into tomorrow night's final. Let's have a look then as we enter the penultimate match of the group, the situation in our league table. Josh Payne is our winner on 16 points. He's going to get that advantage going into tomorrow night's finals. Thibault Tricole will qualify in second, despite Davy Proosten's victory there. The superior legs difference played a crucial role, which, to be fair, our commentators downstairs said would be the case. Thibault, with a great legs difference following the first day, could really, really help him going into Friday. Case in point. And you know what? They really are experts, aren't they? Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason will provide their rulings on this penultimate match of the group. It's Prins against Josh Payne. No more splinters, though, please, lads.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, well, you know, we are experts, and as you said, case in point, and don't forget it.
So it's been a while since we've been called experts at something, isn't it?
Get called something totally different usually. I'm absolutely chuffed a bit for Davy Proosten. Not only does he finish in 3rd place in this very competitive Group C, he also finishes on a plus with a good win and on +1 leg difference. 12 points +1. Thibault Tricole he is on 12 points +13. So even if he is defeated 4-0, of course, it would be 12 points +9. But I don't expect that to happen.
Game on.
So this one, top v bottom.
With that in mind, you'd say there's only one possible outcome, which is
26.
the bookies are saying as well.
7 to 1 on Josh, or 4 to 1 Dave Prins. I said it's
58.
How much ambition will Dave Prins have left? It's been a disaster on debut for him. There has been some much better moments today. Again, he's just left himself too much to do, didn't he?
137.
There is only 2 possible outcomes. There's no draw, just win or lose. 2-horse race. And a 9 to 2 is
123.
bonkers price, really, for 2 possible outcomes. They're essentially saying this is a complete mismatch.
Thinking about what Henry was saying there about being experts, what we actually do
80.
is, rather than have an opinion, we delve as deep as we can go on historical numbers.
140.
Josh nearly finds his first 180 of the match. And dig as deep as we can go. And then calculate all those, add them up. And then we just relay that to you.
Little clues, isn't they? Little clues and little patterns of play. The numbers do tell a story if you know how to put them together.
60.
Exactly that.
Davey, you require
I had that with
158.
the old COVID. People say, well, when did you become a scientist or an expert? And funny enough, I can just add numbers together.
Just because you've got all the words doesn't give you a sentence.
42.
You need to be able to
Josh, you
just string
require
that together.
120.
You want to write the book. He's already booked his place in Saturday's final.
Game
He's
shot
broke
on
the
the
throw in
first
the opening leg here.
Josh Payne.
Lovely 120 finish there to wrap that up in 15 darts.
I mean, that'd be
Second against Josh to throw
two-phased about this one, but
Game
he
on.
picked up on a point earlier. He's got that winning mentality. It's irrelevant to him that his work is done. It's all about this for him now. This match is prep work for tomorrow night's final, and he's using it as that. He wants to finish the day on a high in terms of result, average. checkout statistics,
24.
everything. His final memory of being on this stage going into tomorrow night's finals, he'll want to be a positive
53.
one. Winning breeds winning.
Winning is not tiring either, is it? When you look at the amount of games and the time of day they've got to play, and
120.
the amount of practice and preparation
Well,
and
that's it.
everything that goes into it.
It's not just the game time, is it? It's the, you know, the players arrive between 7:30 and 8.
134.
And they'd have been up around about 6, having a bit of breakfast, a shower, get to the venue, prep for their first matches, and then it's all about managing your time in between
45.
matches and managing the mind as well.
It's what, when people say, I know footballers get massive wages, but when they say they get all that just for 90 minutes, no. You're getting that because you've had to give up your entire life and your lifestyle for 9 months of the year to be told when you sleep, when you wake up, when you eat, what you eat, when you train. Your whole life is literally mapped out for 9 months.
140.
It's a bit of like being in the
require
services,
40.
but you, or the armed forces, but you
Game
risk your
shot the
life.
second leg. Josh
Unfortunately,
Payne.
the reward there, nothing like the reward in football. That's just 28 darts used.
To throw first.
I mean, the
Game
opening
on.
of 2 legs is a bit like the boxers when they go on about the money there, and you know, again, their life is purely dedicated to one
40.
thing.
One thing, what money can't buy you is time.
For sure.
We need to make sure you enjoy what you do.
140.
Payne will be enjoying this game. Averages going up to where we've seen him before. Seen him over this 105 8 times
44.
before. Going on the 110. He's more than halfway towards the finish line.
I may have a look for tomorrow night and calculate players with
55.
ton-plus averages going into the finals. It may take me a while to work out how many ton-pluses Joss has achieved.
60.
Get a feeling that if Josh and Lucas Venig cross paths tomorrow, they're going to bring the best
24.
out in each other.
Oh yeah, there'll be plenty of testosterone on the stage for that one. We
81.
will announce, of course, at the end of tonight's play, the 2 groups for tomorrow night's final. Why don't you join us? It's free.
58.
It's the phrase coined by Henry, the Darty Party in Pompey. A real unique experience.
100. $95.
Leaves him a finish that only requires 1 treble in the combination. Plenty of variables on the 129 though, isn't there? We've had this discussion before this
122.
week.
It tempts you into that double shot. That splits your mind. That makes it easier for your choices.
65.
Recovery there on
54.
the treble 19. Dave's not had a dart or double yet in this one.
Game shown the
Doesn't need
third
more
leg.
than one.
Definitely when he
Prins.
does. It's a hold of throw in 20 for Dave.
4th leg, it's Josh to throw first.
Josh
Game
having
on.
a bit of an off leg there. 18 darts and still wanted 64. He's just saying to himself, come on, get up. He's just over pitched.
85.
Covers well.
We haven't seen a missed dart at a double in this game yet. Josh, 2 from 2. Includes that 120 finish in the opening leg. And he broke the throw with Dave Prins.
137.
Dave 1 from 1.
$119. $84.
Josh will be one of these players as well that will want a good leg difference. At the end of the day, he'll want to screenshot that and
97.
let everyone know that he sort of, I was going to say, dominated the group, but then I saw coming up next was Franz, and he's the destroyer.
180.
Say destroyed the group.
Well, it has been. It's been fairly dominant from Josh Payne, and I'm a great
100.
believer he's
Dave, you require
got
100.
another gear or two. Well, we know he has another gear or two.
Going for tops.
Game show.
We haven't seen a missed dart
Dave
at a double in this game. Just said that a second ago, and we've now had 5 darts at a double, all hit.
Fifth leg, it's
Talking
Dave
about highlights
to
reels. There's
Game on.
one for Dave Prins there, because that was a 12 dart break of throw. And the highlight is that ton finish, our second ton plus finish of the match.
We warned you, if you took the 1 to 7, you will have very sweaty palms
100.
and moments.
Especially if this is the final one of your accumulator.
He was one of the people that will put a pound onto in about £1.15. It wasn't worth the drama for the 15 pence.
$55.
Actually, Davy's got the darts in this one from here in a best of 3.
$33.
And the bookies are reacting. Josh is down to 4 to 9, a fraction over 1 to 2. Davey down at 13 to 8.
60.
After the 33 points in the last visit.
180.
That is how you respond. You just knew after the first start was going in that he was going to follow it in with at least 1. He came over lovely there to fill it.
That's how you right the wrongs.
140.
It is better from Dave Prins. Haven't seen the best of him at any point, really.
78. Davey Rock 146.
This to take the lead.
This for 3 on the spin. Well, Josh will be back. How much pressure will be on the 110?
41.
Not very
Josh
much.
require 110.
Argument for the bullseye there. 25 would have given him a shot at the 100, which he's just took in the last one. And only needs 1 treble from the 100 to give him a shot. Where now he needs a
58.
treble and a single.
Dave, you require 105.
We've seen plenty of those big single numbers missed, haven't we? Top stops again.
85.
Oh, that would have
Josh
been a
require
shot and a
52.
half.
Well,
First missed start of a double in this game.
if his dart wasn't as thick as my thumbs, it might have gone in.
Game show on the 5th leg.
Right
Josh
in the
Payne.
corner, and it is an 18 dart break of throw. for Josh Payne. He'll have
See
the
if
honour
it's Josh to throw
here
first.
in the 6th
Game on.
to finish the day with a win.
Said earlier that Dave Prins has got his Newcastle shirt on. That was snuck in the corner, very Alan Shearer-esque.
100.
In the postage stamp, the top corner.
It surely was.
One 100. $97.
He's not going away in this one.
100.
Just keeping pace with Josh, just in case. Josh has only missed the one dart at the double, though, and that was non-effective, really, to it. It was a dart of tops that he
93.
polished up in the second dart. He didn't give Dave another visit back on the board. Dave's going to get another opportunity at the double. You feel it's going to have to come through his great darts rather
60.
than Josh opening the door again.
30 the lead. You've got to stay up there. 41 leaves 170. 81 leaves 130.
121
leaves 90. Yeah, he's pointing at that one as if to say, well, what are you doing in there? Leeds against Villa Sunday, mate. Will you be watching that?
Yep, that'll be on my rest and lay in bed day with a bag of Maltesers and a
140.
Pepsi Max cherry.
Josh Rock 190.
Wow, you go. Double 20, double 15. For 4-2.
No score.
Was
Dave, you
a bust.
require 101.
Could be a mistake. Because if he doesn't go treble with that opening dart, it might be a dart at the ball. That's not a disaster.
Could be costly if he loses a leg. Prins, of course, has the darts in the decider.
45. Josh
Take
Rock
2.
190.
Double 20, double 15.
$60. Dave, you require 56.
If he could scream, he would have.
He could have had 3 darts at the double there for the match. He ended up with 2 at 15s.
Game show.
Davey loves his tops and he levels up the game. It goes all the way. 3-3 and Dave Prins will throw first. I warned you about 2 games ago. I said at the very start.
Game
you
on.
do not want to be getting involved in 1-7s in this format.
Yeah, I do hope it's been a bit of an education for the punters this week that tune in. Watch via
41.
Sporty Stuff TV or our YouTube channel.
100.
That betting slip will be a little damp right now if it's in your hand.
$92.
Does that
Parity.
Look, that look like a 1-7 favourite to you?
Great shout, pal. Great shout.
140.
It does right now, though. 100 points ahead. Broke the throw in the first 6 darts. Which means Dave needs 2 trebles or needs Josh to make a clanger.
60.
And he hasn't got his 2 trebles. So plan B, stand back and hope that Josh Payne misses.
57.
Good dart. It's just bounced off the
92.
Mason thumb darts.
Perfectly placed start. Can work across. He'd be disappointed with that. Yeah, you can see the reaction.
140.
Great recovery. Great feel.
Just about to say a 140 here would just make the closing of this a little bit interesting.
82. Josh requires
It gives him
64.
Hope, but very, very small hope. No hope if this goes.
24.
If he gets a
Davey
dart, the
require
double, he's been very good, hasn't he?
134.
Dave Prins, 75%, 3 out of 4.
I feel like he's gonna go for that tops again potentially here.
Yeah, so 54. Oh, it's landed.
$74. Josh require 40. Game shot and the match.
And Josh Payne
Josh Payne
does end the day on a high and picks up yet another win in this Group C, and he makes it 5 out of 5 across the board today. 89.54 the average, 84.08 for Prins, and 40% on the doubles. Highlight for Prins in that one, that 12 darter ton finish, 20 tops. When we come back, it's our final match of the session. Thibault Tricole against Franz Roetzsch.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the winner of Group C, Josh Payne, has joined me up here on the balcony. Josh, through to tomorrow night's final. 8 points yesterday, really good day. You were saying today maybe just not so settled on the stage.
Yeah, I just felt a bit uneasy, really. I said, I haven't been consistent at all. I know my game, I was showing it in spurts, but, you know, you've got to be quite consistent. And, you know, I struggled a bit today, but I got the job done in the end.
I'll just get you to pop
I
that
got
on
a job
here.
done in the end.
But I think that last game maybe personified your day a little bit. Got out of the blocks really, really well. And then you just hit a bit of a wobble towards the end. Is that fair to say?
To be honest, I felt a little bit fatigued, a bit tired, you know. No late nights or anything, but yeah, it's a long days, really, long mornings. But like I said, I've done what I had to do. Didn't play great. There's glimpses there, and it's all about getting Saturday night and you know, performing on Saturday night to win.
Because that's the important one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Getting through to Saturday and picking up the 5K and getting through to Champions Week.
Yeah, of course. And you know, I missed out by 5 darts in the final of the last one to already be through, so it's a bit gutting. But you know, I'm here again. It's new time, and get through this time hopefully.
Retribution on your mind?
No. Just play well and try and win.
That is your Group C winner, Josh Payne. One more game then to go. It's the other man that's going to join Josh in the final tomorrow night. Thibault Tricole in action. He takes on Franz Roetzsch. Let's hand back to Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Very much, Josh. Nice to get a few words from him. Not particularly happy, but we did suggest he'd be a bit like that because he knows where his ceiling is.
Perfectionist, isn't he? He wants all the things to be right. As Henry wanted things to be right there with the microphone a bit higher, and you see there he just raised it. Are we classing that as Henry for an arm wrestling win against Josh Payne?
Yeah, that would be a mismatch. Is this one going to be a mismatch? And how much ambition does Franz have left? I like
Okay, first
Thibault
look,
here
it's
at 1 to
Thibault
2.
to throw first.
He's another
Game
one very
on.
much like Josh. It's all about winning and winning as many games as possible.
$45.
This is the last time we'll see Franz this week. This is the 25th match. So you want to see any more of him.
57.
Best way to look is backwards. See all the content and all the footage on the YouTube channel.
Yep, you can watch it back.
90.
Going to be interesting. The one good thing about doing this is, as I do come across players that may not have seen a lot before. Of course, the Challenge Tour not
100.
screened or streamed. So, although I often see their names coming up in Challenge Tour and Euro Tour qualifiers,
96.
it's nice to put a face to a name, and I do then tend to make notes on the players and then follow their progression.
100.
Interesting to see where he goes.
A lot of the time it's not just a face to the name, it's having a look at the action, isn't it?
Yeah.
And seeing it under the
100.
microscope, and sometimes you can watch a player who's doing well and think, you're not going to last because the action just going to break down.
Well,
45.
there's a player
Do we
that comes to
require
mind that came from absolutely
170?
nowhere, that Florian Hempel. I mean, his progress has been staggering, but we did
60.
warn against that yesterday, didn't we? And it isn't just thinking about him, isn't his name came to mind of how quickly he progressed, and then he's sort of gone on a little bit of a decline lately.
87. Do we require
He's another one like Gezi,
110?
came from the sport of handball, didn't he?
Tend to find there's no shortcuts in this game, and if you
90.
get a good level of
require
performance and you get some
112.
results and not getting carried away with that and thinking that's the new you.
Yeah, job done. More often than not, it's basically the start.
44. Do we
The
require
hard
20?
work comes then. It's maintaining those levels.
Game shot in the first leg.
No problem. for
Thibault
Thibault
Tricole.
in leg 1, 20 dart hold.
Exactly what I said during that Steve Haggerty, Davy Proosten
Second is
game.
France to throw first.
When you said about
Game on.
when you won that Challenge Tour title and said next year, is it trying to win 2? And for me, it's just try and win 1 again, because that is progress. Repeating that title win would be progress for Steve Haggerty.
36.
And the same sort of thing there with Ryan Hempel. You know, you look at that and it's that good run at the World Championships. And do you look at that and go, I want to go further? Or do we try
60.
and consolidate where we are? And can we replicate that? Because replicating that achievement is an achievement.
Yeah.
Look, Ryan Searle's done extremely well over the years. That's why he's sat just outside the top 16 at the moment.
140.
just waiting to go now to that next level. And again, that's why I said that the work starts there.
100.
Right, reaching a level, and then you've got to, if that level's not good enough, you've got to find another one, which is something that Gerwin Price has done very well. And
100.
Johnny Clayton.
Got to feel that Ryan's is 17 at the minute, isn't he? And it's. I won't be surprised to see him go in there after the Grand Prix.
100.
Yeah, that could be a key tournament for him. He's had a bit of a quiet spell, hasn't he, for
94.
I suppose the thing with a player like Ryan is got a lot of adjustment to do. Big family guy, likes being at home, and then all of a sudden just been thrusted into this world where you're in Europe 13 weekends of the year, and you've got to go to Pro Tours, and you're away in majors.
89.
I think there was a period of time earlier in the year he's like out of 13 weeks he was at home for 1.
Yeah. And when you are very much a family man and a
60.
bit of a
Points required,
home
42.
bird, that can affect your mentality when you're away because you want to be home.
He's the guy that would love nothing more than to
Game shot in the
stay at
second
home,
leg.
play a bit of Fortnite.
Franz Roetzsch.
They're all a family of gamers. They all enjoy a
Feel like
game
it's
together.
Thibault to throw
Really?
Yeah,
first.
they're all a bit of Fortnite. He's very, very good at Fortnite as well. I've never really dabbled too much in it, but we had a game together once. And
180.
he was shooting this person like in the I couldn't even see the person, but I could see the points scoring up, and I'm like, "How are you doing that?" And in the end, he just sort of like built this house thing and told me just to stand in there.
125.
He did the rest.
Yeah, sounds thrilling.
133.
Well, it is a big lifestyle change as well for using Ryan as an example. He was a window cleaner where I live.
95.
I think that could be, say, the evolution of the game, because you don't really get talked through things, you
58.
get shown things. You know, you go to the World Championships and you only know what to do because you've watched it on the telly, and no one shows you where to go and talks you through it, shows you where the cameras are,
83.
shows you all the cue points. There's none of
130.
that. It literally is just the first time you see that arena really is go stand over there.
Wait for your more
And we'll tell you
music.
to when to go, yeah.
105.
Yeah, and there is, like I say, there's a lot of things that you have to get your mind around, of getting used to what, in the end of which sets do you come off, which side do you come off, where is the toilets out the back, who you can have in the practice area, who you can have in the other practice room, and then it's arranging tickets and making sure your friends and family have got in okay.
34. Thibault, you require
for,
25.
For me, it goes even deeper, and when you get there and it's like, where are those cameras, what cameras move, what cameras are
13.
fixed.
Points for
All
164.
those little factors do come into play, don't they? And, you know, where am I going to get a bit of movement in my eye? Where am I not allowed to go because I'm going to block a camera position?
Yep. Of course, a lot of people. You must have had the question come up on many a time
136.
on Edgar
So we have
TV
a
about why
12.
they always walk to the right.
Yes, yep. So all the cameras obviously are over to the left-hand side, so you come to the left, you're not going to see the player.
And when they do it from time to time and they walk in front of it, you can see why, because they basically walk towards the shot.
Tricole.
As the shot at double six there is a good one for Thibault. Back in front again.
Looks like it's
Another
France to
18
throw
darter,
first.
another hold.
Game on. $85.
So we have, I'm trying to work out how many cameras we have here. One. We're
140.
running 6 cameras. 7, if you include the one that takes that long wide shot from
60.
the back of the venue. 2 cameras in that little thing there on the floor. Got to make sure we've got a camera every shot possible.
At the technical term, is it? That
85.
little thing on the
Yeah,
floor.
well, that little dome thing.
Yeah.
As you know, I don't do tech. Never mind a gamer.
140.
Most of I got to that as being called a bit of a player.
140.
The reactions to it sounds thrilling. I don't think I sold it to her. You just
I don't
stand there
think I
doing
can-
nothing.
I don't think I can think of anything worse.
100.
Charlotte's little boy's into
Timmy,
all of that stuff, and I have
136.
to sit there and pretend I'm interested. Oh, do you want to have a game? I go, no, you just play against whoever that is. I'll watch.
112. Franz Roetzsch, 116.
Big 19 and tops for a 15-dart hold. And our first ton plus out
96.
to be.
Thibault required 24.
Didn't do it last time. Had to rely on hidden double six. Gets it this
Game
time.
on the 4 flag.
Just waiting
Thibault
for
Tricole.
confirmation from Owen Binks.
I said to you earlier, didn't I? I said, has there ever been a situation where you've done
Feel like
that
it's Thibault to
squinty
throw
look and
first.
it's actually been in?
Game on.
Yes.
Yeah, just there.
Would be a little clip, wouldn't it?
43.
That comment followed by that.
It's almost like it's not live or something. That'll be the next thing. Oh, how did they know that was going to happen?
100. 85.
Change of tact from Thibault.
$60.
In a good position. Here's the Frenchman. In a better one if he can fill this. And he does.
180.
That's his second of the match.
$50.
Closing in on a comprehensive win and a very good day. For
95.
Thibault. Could end the day winning 4 out of 5.
$60. To be
Well,
required
98.
98.
To wrap it up. Double 19. Will he split it? No. Attacked it.
82.
Doesn't mind double 8. Oh, Lucas Fennig, Josh Payne, Thibault Tricole, the first 3 through. Don't forget, join us tonight from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV with the conclusion
57.
of a very
To be
exciting looking
requires 16.
Group B, where we'll find a further
Game
3
shot
that
on the
will join
match.
the
Thibault
3 I
Tricole.
just mentioned. Thibault Tricole gets the win, 4-1, an average of 86.17, 2 180s, 2 140s, 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Right, to wrap things up, let's go to the boys on the balcony.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. And so Group C is in the books. Matt Edgar is alongside me to reflect on what we've seen over the past couple of days. And we can only really begin with Josh Payne. He was very open and honest when he came up and spoke to me on the balcony a few minutes ago. And he said today he never really got going in the way that he would have liked to.
You could see that from the very off. It looked like he had cold hands to begin with. He sort of warmed into it a little bit. But one thing you'll never really get with Josh is he'll never really feel happy with what he's done. He'll be happy with the fact he's won, but he always strives for perfection. And until he gets that, he's going to keep looking for it. And he's certainly playing some good darts here. He's certainly a contender and the bookie's favourite.
He's a player who's played on every single big stage there is in the world of darts. So to have the crowd in tomorrow night, he just seems like the sort of player that would just feed off of it.
Absolutely. Josh will love the crowd. I I think Lucas Venig's going to show that as well, and we've seen from what he's done in European tours, like how comfortable he's looked up there as well. I think they're two people that are going to thrive in that environment. I think they'll prefer that to this sort of empty arena style.
The other player went through Thibault Tricole. Is he peaking at the right time?
Yeah, he's been here all week, hasn't he? And he's playing his best stuff now. The two players that have been best in this group have rightly won this group. They have been head and shoulders above the rest of the group. The table shows that. The stats show that. The right players have gone through for sure.
Franz and Davey were the players in third and fourth. And for you, do you think maybe a bit of inconsistency at times was the reason why they didn't challenge Tricole in the way that perhaps they would have liked, as you can see on the table on your screen now?
Absolutely. And it was the back end of legs as well for both of those missed doubles. Yesterday, that was the story of the day for virtually all the players, really. A lot of missed doubles and missed opportunities. But I think the big thing here for Davy Proosten especially is he took a pumping in Group A. Nothing was going right for him. And then to come back and finish third with 12 points and plus in the leg difference, there's a lot of positives you can take from that, especially when you look at this group having Josh Payne and Tricole in it, playing good stuff.
Has Josh justified the bookmaker's favourite tag over the last couple of days for you?
Oh,
it's a gruel of a question, I know.
I want to say yes because he's dominated this group, but I want to say no on the basis that Lucas Venig was by far the better player this week.
Mm-hmm. And then just going into tonight, it's the culmination of Group B, where we know all 6 players are into tomorrow night's finals. Now, there feels already at the halfway point a bit of a gap emerging between the top 3 and the bottom 2.
That group could be over in a heartbeat. That second game on Mike Gillett, he has to win that game. If he loses that game, he stays on 2 points. If he's stuck there on 2 points, one of them's going to go to 8. Niall Cullerton sat down at the bottom and didn't look likely. So you'd fancy Baker, Carlin and Warburton, if we see anything like Cullerton we saw yesterday, to take those points as well. Gillett has to win that first game or it could be over very early.
Final shift of the week for you, isn't it, tonight?
It is. I'm off back home tomorrow, so we're playing a bit of football, actually, tomorrow. So getting the old legs running around. 36-year-old and playing football, eh? Not bad.
Yeah, he's a prime athlete, isn't he? His old prime time here. We're off to have a little bit of a siesta before the Darty Fiesta tonight, aren't we?
By that, does that mean sleep?
Maybe. We're going to catch a couple of hours, Kit. We're going to have a little bit of a break. You enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And don't forget to join us 10 p.m. sharp for the culmination of Group B, as Josh applied all the pain to the opposition to win Group C. Bye-bye for now.